Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the 17th day of November 2025. Manze City, imagine the year is over. Well, the year is almost over. But the month is more or less over. Yeah, even the year is over. Eh?
Believe me.
Ah, my goodness.
December,
yeah.
You don't count December until the 30th.
Do you think you need that mic?
Now that you mention it.
You unaona unahitaji.
Wajua mimi nafikiri tunapiga tu story. Ngoja nimesahau.
Umesahau tukonea.
Yes. So, yeah, I was just chatting away. Sorry. Now, watch and Rudy on air. Yes.
No. Like I told you on Friday, there was a graduation party.
Ulambia.
Hey. So I was the MC at that. It was my aunt's graduation party.
Ulambia.
Hey, she's now Dr. Mary Ndunga, by the way.
Ulambia.
You can Google her.
Dr. Auntie.
Hey, she's my Dr. Auntie. So anyway, during this graduation party, a lot of guests were let me just say they were elderly, but not ati ni wazee sana. Tuseme ni rika yako. Unapatia mtu microphone, anaishikilia alafu anaanza kuongea. So it's inashikiliwa huku chini alafu anaanza kutu address. So we're wondering why did we give you the mic if you're not going to use it?
The mic is to register presence.
Yes.
Then now you address the crowd.
Yes. So I kept on telling the DJ to boost the mic, but he told me, bro, unajua kuna mahali ikifika nikiboost zaidi hapo we'll have feedback.
Yes.
So it's either you tell the guests to put the microphone next to their mouth or tungangane tu kuwasikiza.
Hukuambia wajua hamko peke yenu. Kuna jamaa mmoja tunafanya naye kazi.
Anaitwa Siti Muga.
Yeye pia ako kwa hii dini.
You give someone the microphone and then they're like, anaishikilia hivi alafu anaanza. So ningependa kusema ya kwamba daktari mnavyomuona
na hivi,
and I'm like, use the mic.
Ongea kwa mic.
We had a very difficult time, but nonetheless it was a good Friday. Shout out to everyone who's tuned in. This is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and internationally we are on rgk.co.ke. You can also find us at radiogeneration.co.ke. We are live on YouTube, we are live on X, we are live on Facebook, we are live on Twitch. In case you're wondering what Twitch is, nilikuambia Twitch, TWICH, I think it is. Go check us out there. These things nowadays are so many.
They have merely begun.
Yes.
Give it time. With all these innovations,
yes,
you're going to be having regional Twitches.
Do you remember? Okay. Do you know of Snapchat?
Yes, I've heard of it.
All right. So I thought that was going to be the end of all the social media spaces.
No.
Yeah.
Remember, we just had the cell phone. Okay? SMS.
Yes.
Voice. Done.
And that was it.
When I was all about WhatsApp, I used to pretend I understand what they're talking about. I had no idea.
Kumbe ulikuanga out.
I had no idea. Mpaka siku moja nikauliza mtu, hii kitu which you keep talking about, what is it exactly?
Ndio ukaonyeshwa.
Nikaonyeshwa. Nikasema inafanya nini? It doesn't. They said, but SMS inafanya. Akasema hapana. Nini. And then it kept morphing. It could take pictures.
Right.
Same.
Yeah.
Did we know that M-Pesa would come?
No. Here we are.
Mobile money. In fact, Airtel was even better than Safaricom.
Actually, the first Airtel was called Cancel.
Yes.
It was the very first mobile network.
Inavuma kabisa.
It was the very first mobile network before Safaricom.
Yes, and the gadgets then were the size of a telephone booth.
Oh, yes.
Massive thing. Utababa na wheelbarrow.
Ilikuwa inashona kama hii thermoflask yako.
Actually, it was, and they were expensive to death.
I remember when it started. My mom bought one handset at the time for 26,000.
It's a lot of money, man.
We are talking 26,000 in the early 2000s.
It's a lot of money.
Oh my, yes, it is a lot of money.
Yes.
And then you would make a phone call for 54 shillings a minute.
It's expensive.
54 shillings a minute.
Expensive.
You only have enough time to say, hello, this is Siti Muga.
Don't talk, just listen.
Tupatane Kencom, na usisahau kuleta ile makaratasi yako ya kazi, na pia ukuje na maadhe mkuje na yeye ndio tumpeleke hospitali. Yani in 60 seconds 54 bob imeenda.
Yes. Yes.
Actually, people used to make phone calls. I mean, one finger is on the end call button.
Now you see the evolution. Look at it now.
Yes.
Who would have thought that on X utaweza kuwa na mtu, Facebook utaweza kuwa na mtu.
Imagine that.
Unaona vile niongea unaisave. WhatsApp same story. Then hawa jamaa wengine sijui Google sijui Yahoo pia wakakuja na zao. We are awash with communication gadgets and
I'm telling you.
And by the way, ndio tumeanza. Tukikaa kidogo tumepumua kidogo, tumevuta pumzi. AI imekuja. Vap.
Do you know there's a time because the place that had internet was only in the CBD. I remember during the holidays or sometimes on the weekend when my mom is coming to work, I'd hitch a ride with her to come to town to read my email, and then she'd probably give me 20 shillings to come back home. Yeah, and sometimes I'd stay with her up until wakati atamaliza job huko majioni 5 o'clock
ndio
rudi naye nyumbani, because I'd take advantage of that time now to visit friends in the different estates. So I'd go to Embakasi, I would go to I can't even remember, various places basically.
Wewe utembelee marafiki,
nitembelee mabesti, and then by 5 o'clock I'm in town, anafunga ofisi, tunarudi nyumbani pamoja.
Let me tell you, AI bro imefungua vitu vingi
a lot. A lot. Saizi everyone is on Gmail, for example. If you have an Android device, you have to have a Gmail account for you to operate. Idea. Do you know Gmail, when it started off, you needed a special invitation to actually open that account?
That's a sales gimmick, an advertising gimmick.
Yes.
I was on Yahoo for the longest time.
Me too.
I'm still on Yahoo.
Me too.
Oh, thank you very much.
It's actually no, I'm not in Yahoo. But
ulihepa Yahoo.
Nilitoka huko after hizo zingine zilifunguliwa. My neighbor is the one who taught me first of all what an email is all about. I knew email is where you write a letter electronically, then you send it to someone.
Oddly enough, the person who taught me about that made me understand was a friend of mine. It's called Jacob Dingo.
Yeah.
He's the one who actually taught me. He used to talk about Yahoo as though we were discussing a mutual friend.
Yeah.
Last time, this Yahoo, it's what exactly?
Ni nani?
Akanieleza bado sikushika. Then he showed me. I said, oh.
That's when you understood.
That's when I understood, yes.
Yeah. So it is what it is. If you're, like we say, Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, those ones were born into technology. They understand what technology is all about. They found their parents having known and used technology. So them and technology, same WhatsApp group.
My nephews, who were below the age of the oldest then, I think was 12 or 13, they're the ones who taught me how to use a computer.
Oh, okay.
Because then they knew what to do with it. I actually went to school to study computer. I think
computer packages.
Something of that sort. I think everybody in that class was half my age. Okay? I had one problem. We all had computers, but every time I looked at their screen, what was on my screen and theirs was very different. So I kept asking my neighbor, so how do I get that thing on my screen? Alikuwa ananionyesha. Unakaa meolezoleza vitu again na hiyo.
Hii ni nini? Inatumika aje?
Nilikuwa nimelipa for the whole month. After 1 week.
Yep.
So I'm wasting my time here. This one.
You bounced.
Yes.
I was like in primary school, we had computer classes. I was at St. Hannah's Preparatory in Karen.
Unajua mahali St. Hannah ziko.
Kuna wenye hawajui. So ni for their benefit ndio nasema.
Sikusema, silikuwa sisemi ati nini. No, nilikuwa nasema tu to confirm ya kwamba ni skuli ambayo inajulikana.
Kwa wale wanatusikiza kutoka diaspora na wale wengine wanatusikiza kutoka Mombasa labda hawajui. Na kuna wale pia kwa Nairobi hawajui mali St. Hannah's Prep iko. So there are two branches anyway. There's one in Karen and then there's one on Ngong Road. Ngong Road ilifunguliwa I think when I was in standard 8. But I was in the original campus which is in Karen. So we had computer classes. And that's where I learned most of my computer skills.
In my entire teaching career, towards the tail end of it, around 1998, 99 there, is when the school I was teaching, no, it was prior to that, we started being taught. It wasn't packages. It was DOS.
MS-DOS.
That thing, it doesn't matter how many classes I attended. I could not understand a thing, to be honest.
Yes. No, it's okay. It's understandable.
What is understandable? Why are you so quick to understand it?
Because that was more or less also the same time I was learning the same thing.
And you understanding it?
MS-DOS, BIOS, nini.
Yes, ndio. So mimi nilikuwa sishiki ndio unashika.
Mimi ndio nilikuwa ninaelewa pia. So tulikuwa in the same WhatsApp.
No, we're not. I was behind you. So take the grace baba. Hapo kwa nimeshinda bwana. Nimechukua. Hiyo. Mzee bado nilikuwa na swim. Wewe tayari ulikuwa you're walking on water.
Then when I joined the Nairobi school, again more computer classes, and then by the time I was done with form 4 nilikuwa nishaelewa hiki kitu kabisa. It's just that now having a personal computer wasn't a normal thing. So you'd visit a neighbor who has a computer, or a very rich uncle who has a laptop. Ndio unaanza kuona okay, so this is what it's all about.
I had the good fortune of working with very young people.
Yeah.
Again, by this time, that fear and embarrassment of being old and not knowing is going to talk about. My nephews did that one. They helped me because they would, they used to really have fun.
Yeah.
At my expense. Uncle Charles, you can't understand this simple thing. I said, you know, it's simple to you.
Walikuwa nakucheka mbaya.
No, it was a source of enormous amusement to them. Enormous.
Okay. Right.
But it was good because once I got over that, when I was down in the office with the younger people, I would just ask you point blank, sit here and show me how this thing is done.
Na nakuonyesha.
Believe me, within 6 months, I was teaching people my age.
Imagine that.
Mtu ameenda amenunua laptop.
Yeah.
The best they can do ni kuifungua.
Yeah.
Kwanza unacheka unaanguka. It was now my turn.
And now my 7-year-old daughter can teach you things on that laptop that you don't even know exist.
My friend, the surprise, the latest surprise now was with the phone. Children know so much. How come you know so much about my phone? It's mine. Said they don't answer. Just tell you, you can do this and this and this and this, and you realize, okay.
Unainua mikono.
Okay.
In surrender.
So I'm at a point where these days I'm open to learning.
Good for you. Today, like I said, it is the 17th day of November 2025. It is, according to United Nations, it is World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims. Again, 17th November, World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims. Yeah, I mean, in Kenya, we know this all too well. We keep on losing people every now and then to road carnage. I don't know if you guys are aware, but Alcoblo amerudi kwa barabara to ensure that you don't drink and drive.
Sure, amerudi. They've been there for some time.
You don't drink and drive.
Last month, 2 months ago, I was with some friends and I was getting home at around midnight.
Right. You found them on the road.
The taxi guy told me this is Alcoblo. I said, the Alcoblo? I said, yes, they know. Around such a time, up to around 3 people are leaving clubs. So there's no alternative route. Mali wamesimama hapa.
Ni hapo.
Utapita hapa. They
usually check in from around 11 p.m. and then they exit at around 5 a.m. Yeah. So they ensure for sure wamekupata.
Well, they'll find you all right. It's all right.
Yes.
Why don't you just take a taxi, man?
Take a taxi, or better yet, kaa mpaka past 5 a.m. Okay, that's not good advice. The point is drink responsibly.
When uelezee nini nyumbani?
Maybe uko na mtu wako hapo.
This is for those wale ambao ni wengi, ambao walikuwa wameenda hang out na mabadi zao.
So if you see your significant other, sana inakwanga shida ya wanaume. If you see your man getting home past 5 o'clock, he was trying to stay away from alcohol.
That problem.
Unamuuliza babe, zangapi unafika nyumbani? Nilikuwa nataka nishikwe. No, unajua cash bill inakwanga how much it?
I don't know.
20 G's.
Now, see, that's
20,000.
That's what we've just drank. So anafikiria nitapata ingine wapi?
That is just cash bill. Then you need to appear in court for you to explain to the magistrate why you were caught driving under the influence. And if you explain yourself well, you might get your 20,000 back, or worse.
You know of people who've gotten their 20,000 back.
You forfeit it, na unalala ndani.
Koja kidogo. You know of people who've gotten their 20,000 back.
I do not know drunkards who drive while drinking. Drink while driving.
I want to thank you very much for answering the question I did not ask you, but thank you so much.
Okay, Siti, methali ya leo inatupeleka wapi?
We are in Guinea.
Bissau.
No.
Oh, Papua.
We're in Mauritania.
Okay, wait. Mauritania is also known as Guinea.
Yeah. Kuna Guinea in Mauritania, bro.
Okay, I'm not aware. Guinea gani? Unajua najuanga kuna there's Guinea Bissau, New Guinea, Papua New Guinea, then there's Guinea. Have I said Guinea Bissau? These Guineas there are many.
Why don't you look and see whether I'm just saying my own things? Because
which Guinea is that you've said?
I said Mauritania.
Mauritania is also known as Guinea.
We bwana, hebu angalia.
Mauritania. They are saying Mauritania is a country in Africa, period. They have not said anything about it being a Guinea. Ni wapi nafaa kuangalia?
Umeangalia?
It's actually known as the Islamic Republic of Mauritania.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It is Mauritania and it is the Republic of Mauritania.
Okay.
Correct.
Sawa.
These are countries of the Sahel. The countries of the Sahel include Guinea. Hizo magini ulikuwa nataja. Okay? Now the region of the Sahel, okay? It's actually a very interesting thing. It's a biogeographical region of Africa.
Yes.
All right? It's between the humid Sudan savanna and to the south and also to the north of the Sahara. Okay? Now it literally means coast or shore in Arabic.
Coast or shore?
Coast kama pwani hivi or shore. Okay? That's what the Sahel means. So whenever you hear of countries of the Sahel region, you're talking about Guinea, you're talking about Burkina Faso, you're talking about Cameroon, you're talking about Chad, you're talking about the Gambia, you're talking about Mali, Nigeria, and Senegal. Regions of these countries are in the Sahel. They fall within this, what they call a biogeographical region.
Okay.
Sasa baba.
Nimekuelewa sasa.
All right? Now, many of these countries have one distinction. They have had multiple coup attempts. Sio ati moja. Multiple coup
attempts.
Yes. Proverb. I'll tell you about the country. It's an interesting country. Beginning the capital, nitawaambia kesho. And I'll spell it, then I'll ask you to pronounce it for me.
Okay.
Sawa. All right. It is only the water that is spilt. The calabash is not broken.
It is only the water that is spilt. The calabash is never broken.
It's not it's intact. Maji ndio mwagika. That's it.
Kumaanisha unaweza chota maji mengine.
Precisely. The container for the water is still there. Okay? Well, what do you think the writers or the because you see, proverbs represent in many ways the
lessons.
Not just lessons they do, but the sum total of the people's way of life. One, it tells you about the geographical region, what is preeminent in that region.
Yes.
It also tells you about the ecosystem, the wildlife, okay, the flora, the fauna, whether it's a desert, whether it's near the seashore, whether it's a tropical forest. It tells you all these things because the proverbs will represent the region even as they speak about it.
Yes.
Now, water in many regions of a place like Mauritania is scarce. I'm talking about drinking water.
Yes.
So if water spills is an important thing. It's not something that one takes lightly. So because of that, it's a reminder. Okay, chief, it is spilled. Done. But you can still get some more.
Yeah.
Even if that source has dried up, there's yet another source.
You still have the vessel to carry that water.
Focus on what's important.
Yeah, there's hope.
Yes. That calabash represents hope. Yes.
Good. I totally love that one. So it's only the water that has spilled. The calabash is not broken. I wanted to say intact, but I was paraphrasing.
It is intact.
Yeah. Thank you for that one. Before I get into the news stories, a big shout out to Boniface Wawero. Mesema, good morning, fellow Kenyans. Douglas Kibogong, Morning City, Mbuvi, and the Edna. Yeah? Okay, you mean the producer Edna. M7 have decided to get a share of the coastline. Yes, Douglas. He said he's coming for it. Ricardo Mariera amesema, good morning, kings and queens. Only 2 phones were in my village, i.e. Motorola C118. I remember this one. Kalikuwa kanaka kama roll-on. Ile ya kupaka kwa makwapa. Sony Ericsson ya Aerial, I remember that one as well. Ya Aerial battery used to last 2 weeks. You had to book an appointment to make a call. Kitengela iko locked. And the most expensive phone at that time was Nokia 3310. Actually, the Nokia range of phones, They were premium phones. They were what is known as the equal to value.
Nokia.
Oh, you have a Nokia, yes. They were equal in value to what we have.
I just want
the iPhone
to be clear.
today. Yeah.
Nokia.
Another Nokia.
Yes.
Are they paying you?
To do what?
Like you are very loyal to them.
These are good phones, man.
Yeah. Unapatanga mimi kama mimi niko na Xiaomi, niko na Samsung, niko na Google Pixel. Wewe uko na brand moja for all of them. Ile siku atazima wao.
I tried some of those brands that you mentioned. There's one particular, and I will not mention the name because it might be bad press for them.
Okay.
It was a rather expensive phone. And there was a day 3 months after I had bought it.
Yep.
I was sitting somewhere chatting with some friends, eating some chicken.
Then it went off.
No, it didn't go off. No. These expensive phones don't just go off.
Yeah.
I looked at the screen. There's a little green man who appeared on the screen. He walked across the screen and walked across the screen again, and stood stationary in the middle, then fell down. The phone went off.
Pole.
It stayed off.
Tutakuchangia.
It was a long time ago.
John Uto is saying, I miss my friend City, my lovely show. Good morning, my lovely show. Qatar, Nico tuned. Chef John, for sure.
Asante, Chef.
Douglas anasema pia 10 days to by-elections, at least political class to go for Xmas. Neil anasema, good morning, Movie and City. When I hear somebody sigh, life is hard, I'm always tempted to ask, compared to what?
It's a good question, isn't it?
Life ni hard, bro.
Compared to what?
Wafula team, compared to death.
Yes.
Wafula team wishing the very best for the progressive forces in ODM led by Sifuna, Winnie, Orengo, Babu, and all other like-minded leaders. Wafula, we'll have this conversation. My take, anasema, I listened to this interview where Mr. Ongijo was being cornered. Truly, when you mix religion with politics at the altar, religion always loses. I think he even regrets it. I ended up pitying him. All right, my take. Thanks for your contribution to this conversation this morning. Let me tell you what's happening on radiogeneration.co.ke, where you'll find all the trending stories. I'll just brush through some of them, but you can always log on there and check out. For instance, there's this story about Professor Kindiki warning leaders against undermining Ruto's national unity agenda. Let's see what the deputy president is all about. This is a story by Bradley Bosire. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has urged political leaders to exercise restraint in their public statements, warning that reckless remarks risk undermining the national unity efforts spearheaded by President William Ruto. Speaking during a church service at the ACK Diocese in Kapsabet, Nandi County on Sunday, Professor Kindiki said the president has gone to great lengths to ensure all regions are included in the government's development plans. He emphasized that such efforts deserve support rather than disruption. Kindiki called on leaders across the political divide to complement the president's work for the sake of national cohesion and progress. Now, I have a problem with that sentence about complementing the president's work for the sake of national cohesion and progress. I'm all for national cohesion, by the way. I'm all for national unity. Kenyans need to love each other. Kenyans need to respect each other. But also we need to be honest about the situation that we're in. Because just because I keep on clapping for City every single morning, it doesn't mean that things are okay. You know, I need to call them out when they're not okay. I just tell City, hey, hapo kidogo umeanguka. But City, you're a good guy, and I know you can be a better person. Isn't that how we should be dealing with people in this country?
Ndio, Bishop.
Nimepreach. Sadaka nipewe. But what do you have to say about this statement by the deputy president?
The person who wrote the news headlined it a little sensationally. Because when I heard it, then I now listened to the story that followed the headline. What the deputy president was saying was something placatory. He was saying, guys, you know, we need to modulate some of the things we say. And he's right. We need to, okay.
And I also think he means, or not the writer, but the professor, he means, guys, give credit where it's due.
Yes.
Kama kuna kitu imefanyika na mnaona imefanyika.
Sema jamani.
Semeni.
Please, tafadhali bwana. But hii yenu ya kila siku yani ni kubaya kila wakati ni kubaya. It says, guys, come on, man.
Actually, I think I would clap for the opposition if they came out and said, look, President Ruto and the KK government in general, this is what they have done. They have built this, they have given this, they have, killed this. If it's corruption, they have dealt with this in this way. If it's our education, this is what they have done. However, despite what they have we've done. Then, like what the clergy did, and you actually even pointed it out on Friday.
Yes, the Catholic bishops. Again, a reporting issue, because it's the Nation who reported this.
Yeah.
The other papers are not particular. They did not report this in quite the same way. They took a completely different tangent. Okay? All right? Now, they said, they actually outlined it. These are the good things that the government has done.
Yes.
And they stated it. Then they said, these ones, by the way,
contentious issues that need to be sorted.
We really need to deal with this. It speaks of maturity. Acknowledging that certain things. And then they even said, some we've started, they're not quite there. Some we're in the process. Some, not really. We haven't even started. That is an honest account. See, sometimes it's the words that fail us. The deputy president may have been calling for an honest conversation, which is really what we need to have. An honest conversation means you don't just stick with this mantra of everything is wrong. Wrong. Say, hey, there are really many things wrong. So are we saying that there is nothing that has worked at all? Nothing.
Because again, we've challenged even opposition members who come to this show. And we've asked them, surely not everything can be bad. We understand it is your duty to ensure that you fight this government to the end.
We understand.
Lakini, you have a responsibility.
Everything.
You have a responsibility, to be honest. Yeah.
Like this question of SHA. You ask, SHA is not working. I said, okay, so which component of SHA? What? Which part of SHA is not working? Because there's 3 parts. It's not working. Okay.
Yeah.
So is it that it didn't work for you, or did someone report to you? I know very many people. Okay, so what had they gone for, and what was the response? We need to be specific, because then when you're addressing, you can say, guys, this section is not working. Okay. I am of the view that there are people who, it does not matter what this government does.
Yeah.
They will never see any good.
They'll never clap for them.
Never. Never. It doesn't mean the government should stop trying to tell them, guys, we are doing certain things right.
Yeah.
The government should just continue working harder to do what is right.
But Kenyans should also open their eyes to this particular reality, whereby we have seen when the opposition is really against the government, 150%. Wanasema hii serikali, nothing, useless. And it's their right to do that. And the moment they join government, for example, when ODM leaders joined government,
what happened?
From former Governor Joho, now he's a CS, to OPO Wandai, and then we have Junaid Mohammed, now that he's in
what
government.
About CS Finance?
CS Finance, and the very many others that I'm forgetting right now. What are they doing right now? They are singing praises for the government. They are singing praises.
So what does that tell you about them?
It just tells you that they usually politic. Period. It is up to us to know the difference, and it is up to us to stop the politics as citizens and be objective about issues. Kama kuna kitu imefanyika na imefanyika vizuri, clap for it. Na kama kuna kitu imefanyika mbaya na ni mbaya, tuseme ukweli. Let's not just follow activists. I mean, let's listen to them, because they usually point out to some things we don't even know about. And politicians, of course, in opposition, they'll point out to things that we probably wouldn't have known had it not been for them. But at the end of the day, I think we need to be sober ourselves in making decisions as to what exactly we're going to fight and how exactly we're going to fight it.
The thing about our politics, and what I like about it, is how the reality of this very politics rears its head without us looking for it. What you just described is just it. The question we ask here perennially, continuously, in these discussions about political parties, where is the mwananchi?
Good question.
And where are the benefits that should accrue the mwananchi? Because these benefits are their rights. Where are they? I mean, all our political discussions about political parties and individuals. The individual who is a citizen who votes for these people is not in that conversation.
Yeah.
So how can that conversation be beneficial for the citizen? And yet the claim is that it is beneficial for the citizen. How?
I remember when we had conversations here with some youth leaders, I asked them, can the young people articulate the problem? Yes, we know unemployment is a problem. We know corruption is a problem in this country. We know impunity, nini. And then I asked them, because you're a leader, you're in a position to understand and know these things, because of course you've done your own research, you've listened, and you have seen, and perhaps at one point you've even been coached and told, and you're told this is exactly what is happening. But for the person in Mathare who's waking up every single day to go and hustle, the other person in Kibra, and the other person in Karen and Kitusuru, who's waking up to go and hustle or just playing video games the whole day. If I were to ask that same person these questions that I'm asking you, are they able to answer? And they agreed with me that to some extent ni kama hawataelewa 150%. And I found out that perhaps is the problem that we have as a country. We are woke only to a certain extent. We are not woke to a full extent that we should be woke.
Actually, the politics of this country and the politicians and their political parties are self-serving. And I mean that literally. The focus on the citizenry and the individual is articulated verbally, and there's very little to demonstrate.
Yes.
Or there's very little fidelity to that statement that is actually made. We support the people. We get that. So how exactly does this manifest? And this support, how will it metamorphosize into something that the citizenry can consider to be beneficial to them? There's a question that I ask, and I will keep asking.
Yes.
This political party, WXYZ, which you represent, give us the structured economic framework that you have for bettering the lives of the citizenry. Left, right. All right, let's leave that aside. Your party, it has a philosophy, does it not?
It does.
All right, now, let's ask the simple question. What do people stand for? All right? What's your political philosophy? What's the thinking?
The ideology you've been asking about.
You know, you bring it slowly, then you end with the ideology. So that,
you know, these questions, but they are very important and fundamental. And whose responsibility is it to teach the public, this is now civil education, to understand that when you're supporting party A, you need to also know what their political ideology is, because that tells you a lot about how they're going to govern you if they do capture power.
The next space that I participate in on some Fridays, and this same question was raised, and we had some very lively discussion. But I'll tell you something about our discussions. We cannot help but get some of us to talking about individuals, and yet the discussion was, are Kenyans ready to elect the leaders they need, not want? Okay? Then there was the talk of what you may look at as the dialectical issues around trying to, the state has been created, but the processes that need to follow in order to boost employment, bring about energy that would help steer us to a course of industrialization. The topic and the discussion remain purely theoretical.
Yeah.
Whereas I was reading an article today by a gentleman in the Star called Wycliffe Muga.
What did Wycliffe Muga say?
Wycliffe was saying something very interesting. He was talking about these discussions around Singapore and why Singapore, the example of Singapore is important. And he talked about a conversation he once had with people who owned base titanium who are mining in Kwale. And he had gone to Australia as a guest of the Australian government and as a journalist, and he was talking about industry. And he thought he had understood how beneficial the mining of titanium in Kwale was going to help people's lives. But when he was talking to the person who was the CEO and the guy told him, actually, no. The real path to industrialization that Kenya has is geothermal. And we said, what? He said, Iceland does not have bauxite, all these minerals we have, but it has geothermal power.
Yeah.
Because it is cheap to produce, they produce it, and as a result of it, they're able to smelt. Aluminium is very difficult to smelt, and to make it what it is, it requires a lot of power. People set up industry in Iceland because their power is cheap to produce that. So they're industrializing. They can bring in other industries because their power is cheap. He said, if Kenya focused on harnessing this cheap power, people would happily come and set up industry here. So you'll be industrializing.
And Iceland is a country that has got a population of about 300,000 people.
My friend, those people are so few.
Yeah? Let me just confirm that.
There are very, 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 very few people in Iceland.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, this is Iceland population. It is, 400,000, 404,610 as of last year when they did their census.
There are few. There are few. Point being, we are not focusing on what we have and what we can do well. This gold that people are jumping up and down, it's been there all along.
Hiyo imepatikana huko.
Haijapatikana. That gold has been there all along. For heaven's sake. There's gold in Makalda. There's gold in Rongo. We have gold. We've had it for some time. Just like we have oil, we have tin, we have iron ore, we have coal, we have bauxite. We have these things. So wache kutuambia, forget discovering them. It's not Rebman discovering Mount Kilimanjaro, which has been there all this time, and there have been Africans living next to it. Then this fellow comes to discover it. No. We have natural resources. And yet, the biggest resource we have, which is human resource,
right,
isn't deployed to utilize the other resources.
Yeah.
So when politicians talk to you about what they want and the political party, I have not heard of any political party who have been represented here telling us about what they want to do for the people. They just tell us how they are better than the other people. It's not a dress contest, for heaven's sake.
You know, I had an opportunity to speak to some students on Thursday. It was I was a guest lecturer, and one of the things that I told them at the end of the lecture was the fact that they need to think outside the box and start thinking of innovation, and they themselves creating employment as opposed to them looking for employment
Good for you, man.
once they graduate.
Did they ask you how?
No, they did not, because that was after now the Q&A session was done, because I realized hakuna mtu ameniuliza swali. I decided to tell them, look guys, at the end of the day, because they asked me very good questions about, because it was around media. They asked me very good questions about how to join media, and I knew how to carry yourself once in this space, and so many other questions. But no one asked me about innovation and about creating opportunities for themselves, and I decided to tell them that as my parting shot. Why? Because there's one thing in this country we need to realize: the human resource is immense. We are all clamoring for very few jobs, yet the potential within us it's amazing. And instead of you waiting to be employed by Radio Generation or any other media station, or if you're whatever area of study you're doing, instead of looking at the industries that are already in place, think about how you can actually create opportunities yourself. And also think outside the box. Think outside this country, because opportunities are not necessarily just within your village. There are many other places, like even Iceland, a population of 400,000 people. There's something you have they need.
They need people.
They need people in Denmark and many other countries.
Netherlands, they need people.
Yeah.
You know, these fellows went to this family planning thing.
Yeah.
And
Japan, if you guys read about Japan right now, the populations there are dwindling. So they need workforce.
They have an aging population.
Yes. They need...
And they are welcoming people to come.
I told you the other day, I think it was on Friday, Switzerland is literally paying people
to go to certain places because...
and live there.
Those places are dying.
Yeah. So, badala ya ungangane hapa Kenya, unaanza kusema serikali saidia, hata wewe anza kujisaidia.
And by the way, this information is out in the open. And if you visit the office of the diaspora, there are some very wonderful Kenyans there who can guide you seriously. They'll tell you what to do, how to do it, so that you register even with our embassies in this country. So you're not just some fellow who happens to have gone there. You follow a path. Yeah. There are very many people who follow the path that is laid down by this country, and they are thriving in these countries as we speak.
Before we get into the papers, let me just tell you what's happening on the traffic roads of Nairobi, on the roads of Nairobi rather, as far as traffic is concerned. Naangalia Agwings Kodhek, ulisema ni Kodhek. Mimi nilikuwa namwitanga Kodek. So Agwings Kodhek iko sawa. Ngong Road also looking good. A few spots around the roundabouts and the junctions, which is expected, but everything else after that, after and before, is moving okay. Southern Bypass, looking at it right now, is looking good. Mombasa Road, Airtel Center, if you're coming from Mulolongo and Akas, sawa. The issue that you'll experience, the area you'll experience some traffic is that Kabarabara Airport North Road coming all the way from Embakasi, joining Mombasa Road, is bumper to bumper right now. But we expect, because traffic inatoka Utawala ni nyingi, watu wanatoka Utawala wakienda Machakos, wengine wakienda town. And then let's zoom out and check out ni kama Mombasa hamtaikuwa na traffic by the, na kama iko mniambie na kwanga happy, because every time at this particular hour I look at your roads, they're looking good. But I'll make it a point to take a look today towards the end of the show, nione kuna kaje. Tuda naona mko sawa. Sehemu za Nyali kuko fiti. Yes,
it's fit, but it is beginning. Give it another half an hour, that Nyali bridge will be full, because all the people coming from Bombolulu, Sauni, they'll congregate there.
Yeah.
and those coming from Nyali, they'll congregate there, then they'll start moving along the Nyali bridge.
Junaangalia sehemu kama Mbaraki kule, Mzimile,
Hakuna.
Kizingo kule hamna traffic yoyote.
Saizi hakuna.
Wild Waters kule mko sawa. Barabara ya Nyali ukielekea kule City Mall Nyali iko sawa. Sharjah, Lux
It's called Links Road.
Iko sawa. All right. Let's check out what's on the front page of the Star. Cheap imports killing Juakali sector. Yeah, we had this conversation sometime last month.
That thing, it is not killing Juakali sector. No. It is not. What is killing the Juakali sector are the policies that we have that do not protect the Juakali sector. Yes. You can't import unless the government allows you to import. All right? So let's not misunderstand.
Confused.
The story here. No. There are people who benefit from... China is industrialized. And in China, they produce things for every market. Third world poor banana republics like us, there are things which they produce for us. Genuine middle income countries, which is not us, they produce things for them.
Do you know, I have a friend who works for this local textile industries that are zinahediwa na Wahindi. And they make what are they called? Designer clothes that are packaged and they're sent abroad and they're sold in the high-end shops in America, in UK, in Australia, in Germany, and they're literally zinatengenezwa hapa Mavoko.
Najua.
Mavoko tu hapo Mlolongo just
najua sio hapo tu.
Yes. And they're made there.
Yes, they are.
I was so shocked.
Oh, by the way, what do you think AGOA did for us over and above everything else?
Yeah.
People would manufacture here because labor is cheap. You're trained in what to do, and those things were sold
and
in
quality.
They're serious. Look, there are things which are called factory rejects.
Yeah.
All right. Factory reject is the threading goes zigzag when it's supposed to go straight.
Yeah.
Reject. There are markets where everything has to be just right. Those rejects, by law, are allowed to be sold onto the local market.
Yes.
If you know where to buy them, you'll buy them. Brand new.
And it says that I don't want to mention the brands, but...
No, it is important not to mention the brands, but...
They're made here. Like they're literally...
Yes, they're literally made here. Yes, yeah.
Zinatengenezwa hapa Mavoko.
Yes, sir.
Their package zinaekwa kwa ndege ama sijui ni meli.
Umechukia hii juzi?
I was shocked.
Do you know how long this has been going on for?
Yeah, now that I know it has been going on for decades.
Yes, it has. So what it tells you is that we actually have human resource who have the capacity to do world, global standard things.
Yes.
Iko hapa tu.
So that art, let's even say it's a t-shirt. It's made here, taken to America. Then you call your cousin in America. You tell them, Kuzo, ukikuja Kenya, please nilete this brand and this brand and this brand. They bring it and there it's been sold for about $70, which is roughly 9,000 Kenya shillings or 10,000 Kenya shillings. They come back with it to Kenya. They have bought it for 7,000 shillings. Where unakuja unasema, oh my God, I have this amazing, brand. Na imetengenezwa hapa Mavoko.
Yes. Label inako hapa tu.
Jeans, t-shirts, jackets, and very many other items.
Yes.
I was utterly shocked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Bangladesh beat us to this. Their labor was even cheaper than ours. And the work ethic there is different. You know ours, people write, unajua, ile right zetu zile. These are hours kule. Somebody was 14 hours straight. It's a dormitory situation. For almost a week, you don't go home.
Yeah.
Mkimaliza, you sleep. How do you think Korea industrialized? You are a university graduate. You are taken to a shop. I'm calling it a shop. It's an industry where they are assembling parts of a computer.
Yes.
I
have actually seen that on YouTube. Yes.
Your job is not very complicated.
Ni kuchukua tu kitu shikanisha.
Mwingine. So after a while, it's almost automatic. 14 hours. When you say dormitory, it's not a bed. Bed occupies space. It's not mattress. Mattress occupies space. It's cardboard.
Yeah.
You sleep on it, something for your head. Women's section, wall.
Wanaume.
Yes. Showers, same neo. You work, then you take off around 3-4 days, you come back. The discipline that's required to get us to that stage, we haven't even started thinking about it yet.
Human resource. Umesema, I saw now, but this one is in China. They were assembling computers computers, mini computers that are probably the size of a lunchbox.
Yes.
So they were assembling, because all you need is that unit, then you just connect a screen like this one and you have a computer. Those guys were assembling from beginning to end. That entire process takes about 5 minutes, and then it goes to a quality control individual who just confirms that it meets the minimum standards of it being packaged and then shipped out. In 5 minutes,
Computer imeundwa.
moja full. So you can imagine in a day, those guys are assembling thousands and thousands of and that's just one factory.
And remember, while you're there, for that week, you're being paid.
Yeah.
Food subsidized, what subsidized. The opportunity to save is there.
Yes.
With the time, if you become very good at it, and in between unaweza kusoma ufanye nini, the discipline that is required for you to progress from a middling banana republic to a middle income country to the point where you actually become industrialized. It is not the stages of how you develop. It is the stages of how your mind understands the rigorous discipline that is required to get it done. Now, that rigorous discipline, first of all, our leaders don't have.
Zero.
Thank you so much. Exactly the negative. Hawana. They just yap. They do not have it. They do not demonstrate it.
This time the president said that Kenya will be producing phones that are going to cost less than 5,000 bob. Bro, right now, get on to any of this B2C websites. Akina Kilimall, Jumia, AliExpress, and suji what. You'll find Chinese phones going for as little as 900 shillings.
And it works.
And we're talking about smartphones.
My friend, kuna ingine ndo a bird niliona. It even looks good.
Yani acha tuendelee na kusoma gazeti.
Si mzuri tusome gazeti. So that's sort of jua kali. And that headline is misleading.
Kidogo tujue tuko mbali.
No, man,
as a country.
It is not a question of the cheap imports. It's us. You don't blame the citizens. Actually, I must.
How many engineers do we have in Kenya?
How many do we produce yearly?
Yes. Many.
Yes.
Many.
Yes.
How many technical, how many students graduate from the technical colleges?
Why don't we take a little dig at the curriculum developers? How many of these curriculum developers actually develop a curriculum that suits and meets the needs of the country at this particular point in our history? How many? And which is the incubation nest where people sit to discuss and they compare so that they can come up with something that is robust and can meet the world standards? Which one? Because if we're doing it, we'd be the place where people come to manufacture in large numbers, because we know we have the skills.
And we also have the land.
We have many things.
We have the land.
We have many things. So the discussion, woe betide me, here I am, a lost person who does not know what to do. That's a negative statement that doesn't help you. The challenge to the leaders and those of us who are in this space called media is how to speak the truth, not to power, to ourselves first. Wachana used to their power. If we can't face the truth ourselves, there's no need for us to talk to the so-called power, because what are you doing? You're telling them something that you've read somewhere. You need to tell them something you believe in.
You know, China realized they have one huge resource, which is people, humans.
Bro,
and they are using it.
Do you know how easy it is to be rich in China if you're a business person?
India also similar. They know they have the humans.
Some population ni kama hawa jamaa. Sisi hii continent. Na nchi yetu ni kubwa kushinda hizo zao.
Bas.
Na tuko na ardhi kushinda wao.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Na tuko na the minerals.
No, not just the minerals. Tuko na kila kitu. Unajua ile climate unataka weather. Tuko nayo. Okay? Ile space inaitwa ecosystem. Tuko nayo. Ardhi tuko nayo.
The brains
tuko nazo. So you
wonder.
What don't we have?
Hence why I insist innovation. There's nothing we don't have.
Sasa hawa watu wetu, that is why politicians need to tell us what they want to do and how they want to do it. They are infighting. Can they send emails to each other, please? So, you know.
Na sisi watu tuendelee.
Tuache tuendelee na maisha, please. Yes.
Fitch predicts good tidings for Kenya investors in bank stocks. That story is on page 3. Kenya amplifies Africa's collective influence globally. You can check that out on page 6. Ruto turns to MPs to enact 1.5 trillion infrastructure fund, page 12. And last but not least, flooding leads to submerged homes, sparking health crisis. Parts of the Kehoto estate in Naivasha, which has flooded, displacing over 4,000 families, is seen on a picture here taken on Wednesday. This is on the front page of the Star. Standard unasema Raila reincarnate. We have a picture there of Winnie Odinga, who has burst onto the national stage, igniting a succession battle that could redefine or fracture the Odinga political empire. Her fiery debut at ODM's 20th anniversary in Mombasa energized supporters and unsettled rivals, signaling her intent to shape a party already split by competing camps. With Raila gone, ODM faces its most volatile moment in decades, an aging Oburu at the helm, rising factional tensions, and a bold new contender challenging the old order. Winnie's next moves could determine the party's future. This is what Winnie said. When it came to the matter of broad-based government, the people of ODM entrusted one person with the management of that relationship. That person was Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. That relationship is complicated. That story, you can check it out on pages 2 and 3. Gazeti zako zinasema namna gani?
Wewe umeangalia gani?
Nimeangalia Standard na Star, wewe angalia Daily Nation.
All right, here we go. Flying coffins, old beat-up police choppers are disaster in waiting. This is a story on page 2. Alarm as choppers makes hard landing. In shocking incident November 3rd, a police chopper conducting landslide rescue missions in Chepsakal-Goch, Marakwet East, made a hard landing when its lift reportedly failed as it was taking off. The Mi-17 helicopter, registered as 5YSFA, was taking part in rescue operations in the landslide-hit region when it appeared to lose lift before bouncing to the ground. Although no fatalities were reported, video clips of the incident sparked public concerns of the state of the aviation fleet. If you ask me, the problem may be something as simple as servicing them. Yes. Money is allocated, whether they're serviced or not, because it's a machine, it needs to be serviced. If it isn't serviced, the question then would go on beyond the police choppers.
Yeah.
What about the Air Force? What about their choppers? What about the paramilitary operations? What about their choppers? What about KWS? What about their choppers? What state are these things in? These are the questions that must be asked.
Yeah.
Now, this one is a familiar story, and we thank Mr. Ogamba for raising it again. Page 7 of the story. 87,000 ghost learners drain 1 billion of public school funds annually. This is a tiring, annoying story. If you know the numbers, then you must know where these ghosts are.
Yeah.
Why do you keep telling us about the ghosts instead of telling us 87,000 ghost students unearthed and the ghosts have been put to rest? Why don't we hear these stories?
Or they have been exorcised.
That would be really wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not going to continue reading that story. You know why? I'm giving airtime to nonsense.
Okay.
If you know there is a problem and you keep repeating it, why aren't you solving it? Huh? So you're trying to explain to us that the money that has been misappropriated by the ministry is being explained as money that these 87,000 ghost workers, we are kicking the can down the road again, aren't we?
We are indeed.
Nationwide audit exposes a multi-billion shilling loophole in funding prompting agent reform. This is really utter nonsense. Sitting side saddle on borders can be deadly, warns NTSA.
When you sit with both feet on one side.
Yes. Actually, you imbalance that particular vehicle.
You also imbalance yourself because in case of a tight turn.
Bro, either you'll be ejected or it'll go chini. Right. For those who didn't see my hand moved from side to side, even as it's going Okay.
I think they get it from the
and then chini. All right. WFP report why more Kenyans are facing hunger now. A new food agricultural organization and World Food Program assessment warns that Kenya faces a worsening hunger crisis, highlighting growing risks from climate conflict and economic pressures. This has been constant since last year, so this is not something new. Moi Era contractor assets up for sale in KCB Rao. KCB Group has started auctioning assets of former Spencon Kenya Limited directors to recover a 1.3 billion shilling loan. This is a story on page 13, as in page 13. All right.
Yani, when President Moi left this world, a lot of things left with him.
Yes.
Including influence over the courts. Because now, there's nothing stopping people from just going for everything and anything that was contentious with him at that particular time.
There's something happening in Salga, something very terrible. A resident warned of targeted murders as detectives probe serial killer. Detectives in Nakuru Salga area are burning the midnight oil as they hunt for killers of 3 elderly people who have been murdered within a period of 2 weeks. The mystery murders target elderly people have shocked residents who now want the police to arrest the killers to prevent similar incidents. Barely a week after, an elderly couple were brutally murdered in their home in Mudhera village. Police are yet again investigating the murder of a granny whose body was discovered inside a house over the weekend. This one is a problem.
Okay.
These people, I think they are known to live alone. And if we look at the story, we will realize that perhaps it was not accidental. There was something that these thieves had thought that they could get if they were indeed thieves. And some of these stories have a bizarre twist. Not these ones I've read.
Yeah.
But the bizarre twist often ends up with pointing fingers at the relatives of these dead people. Yes. There's land involved, and some people feel that the easiest way to get the land is to get rid of the people who own it. Yes.
Yeah, that has been land issues are always very contentious.
Yes, let me repeat again. I'm not saying that is a problem here.
Yeah.
I am saying that this is a very likely problem. Yes.
Okay.
Right. Have I finished saying what I'm saying? Bang in the middle of the paper. The war within. Raila's daughter demands National Delegates Convention to pick party leaders. Interesting, isn't it? She wants the NDC to pick party leaders. Right.
Like party leaders in terms of, see, they already had an NDC and they decided who was going to be where.
One person.
One person decided?
No, they decided on Noburu. They decided on the others.
I don't know again how this party works, but the only person who passed on was the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. After that kuna kitu ingine kweli? See, they've replaced him and now the party moves on.
You have a new party leader. Let me explain it the way I understand it.
Okay.
This gathering in Mombasa opened up the window and the door for what is really a family feud. The family I'm referring to is 2 units of the family.
Okay.
The Oginga family, the ODM family. I was thinking over the weekend of situations where leaders who've been in power for a long time have passed away and what it is that has happened. In command economies where they follow the communist style of operation or socialist style, it's never really a problem because the party more or less determines what happens and the party is the deciding factor and the leadership structure is in place. So you more or less know the people who would replace whoever is there. It's never one person, 2 or 3 people. But what is also significant about leaders who are famous or have been there for a long time and have left a mark, those who follow them are rarely remembered. The person who comes after them immediately may be remembered. After that, you're not sure. Like Fidel Castro, when he passed away, his brother Raul was remembered. Do you know who's the president of Cuba now?
I know.
That's the point. And there is a president. The only reason why we hear of Venezuela and the leadership is because of the wrangles and the fightings that they're having with the US.
Okay.
We have Maduro. Because we know. But this is a history that follows leaders who've been in positions of power and have founded parties and have been at the center of it. So what we're seeing is nothing more than the settling down of finding their feet. Because the leader who was there is no longer there. There's a new leader who's been installed And now the party is trying to find its place. And I'm sure the family is also trying to figure out, because when somebody that outstanding has gone, it takes time before things settle down.
Okay.
And you find peace and you find a good way forward in their absence. Because with their presence, you knew where to refer to. In their absence, you're not quite sure. Yes. So these are the things we're hearing. The rumblings of what happens when a powerful leader passes away.
Yala MP Winnie Odinga, the daughter of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, on Saturday questioned the competence of her uncle, Dr. Oburu Oginga, to lead ODM, even as she alleged a plot to sell the party, exposing simmering differences that could threaten the Orange Party's existence. That story is on page 4 and 5. When we return, of course, the conversation goes on right here on Radio Generation.
Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Soki Brenda. Police have taken into custody 6 individuals suspected to be part of a notorious gang behind multiple burglary and robbery cases across Nairobi. The group comprises an Indian national, a Tanzanian national, and 4 Kenyans. They were arrested after allegedly breaking into a home in South B Estate while the owner was abroad. Makadara Police Commander Judith Nyongesa said that the suspects had been instilling fear among residents for more than 2 years before law enforcement finally apprehended them.
For the last 2 years, these people have been terrorizing Mwananchi. They have been breaking into their houses, stealing valuables. That is money, gold, and other very, very valuable things. Using this motor vehicle. One of them is a Tanzanian, and we have a buibui lady by the name Jacqueline. At the same time, the ringleader is that person of Indian origin.
President William Ruto has directed the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority to ensure that public health facilities have adequate and consistent supplies of medicine. Ruto said the new system of delivering medicines and other health commodities directly to hospitals rather than through county stores will guarantee uninterrupted provision of health services. Speaking at Loglogo Africa Island Church in Laisami's constituency, Marsabit County, he directed the KEMSA Wako Ejersa to ensure all health facilities were equipped with the drugs around the clock.
Hiyo ugonjwa ya hakuna dawa lazima tumalize. Na ndio nimeambia na mzuri huyu mtu ya KEMSA huyu wako ni mtu hapa. Huyu wako mimi nimempatia kazi ya kupatiana dawa kwa mahospitali zetu zote za Kenya. Nimemwambia atumie teknolojia. Nimemwambia dawa ikitoka kwa store ya KEMSA isiende Marsabit, ati kwenda kwa store ya Marsabit. Ikuje kutoka Nairobi mpaka Loglogo. Na ile ya Loyangalani iende Loyangalani.
And the National Transport and Safety Authority has raised concern over rising numbers of road accident fatalities. According to the authority, the number of accidents involving pedestrians are the highest at 1,460 out of the total 4,100 fatalities recorded from January to November. NTSA Director of Road Safety Andrew Kiplagat says this number represents 30% of fatalities.
We have lost so far over 4,100 Kenyans who didn't deserve to lose their lives. And in this particular region, the Uasin Gishu, it contributes about 3% of these statistics. If you look at those numbers, majority of those we are losing, about 30% or thereabouts, are pedestrians.
Actually, it gives us a worry that we are not seeing a reduction.
The National Police Service has issued a notice announcing a minor change of venue for candidates participating in the police recruitment exercise in Nairobi set for today. According to the statement released on Sunday, candidates assigned to Center Number 48 in Kamkunji Sub-County will now be required to report to Morrison Primary School. The exercise had earlier been scheduled to take place at the Kamkunji Sports Grounds. And a bridge collapse at a cobalt mine in Lualaba province left at least 32 informal miners dead, a regional official said Sunday, with more victims feared missing in the flooded pit. The bridge came down Saturday, November 15th, onto a flooded zone at the mine in Lualaba province. Roy Kaumba Mayonde, the provincial interior minister, told reporters he said 32 bodies had been recovered and more were being searched for. The DRC produces more than 70% of the world's supply for cobalt. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Soki Brenda.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes and a half past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and I'm with City Muga in the studio. Radio Generation indeed on 88.8 FM in Nairobi. Mombasa, it's 90.7. We want to talk about policy and governance and more or less what the president has been doing in the last couple of days. He's been having a tour of Kambani, doing things that he said that he was going to do, especially during Mashujaa. He did say that he was going to visit to Kambani area and commission a few things here and there, launch a few others here and there. And we just want to find out what has happened post that particular tour, or rather what that tour specifically means. In studio is a policy and governance expert, Professor Alfred Omenya. Professor, a very good morning to you, and indeed it's a pleasure to have you here this morning.
Yeah, very, very nice to be in this cozy studio.
Oh, it's cozy, eh?
Yes.
Nice.
This is like home.
Absolutely lovely. Karibu sana. The president has been doing several tours around the country. Lately, he's been in Ukambani. But before we get to Ukambani, a few questions as to what is happening on the front pages this morning about ODM at 20. Right. They've had this festivity in Coast. I don't know if they're still there, but we saw a couple of things being said by several leaders from Babu Owino, Sifuna, the Secretary General, Yala MP Winnie Odinga. Right. She looks like she's discrediting her uncle. I don't know what that is. What is being said by some pundits. What is your opinion on what is happening in ODM right now, especially considering what happened on the weekend?
By the way, this is not her uncle. Baba Mkubwa.
Baba Mkubwa. This is different from
mahali nimetoka tunamuita uncle.
No, uncle are your mother's brothers. Your father's brothers
ni Baba Mkubwa. Huyu ni Baba Mkubwa. Her relationship with Baba Mkubwa. She seems to be saying something in terms of his leadership in the party.
I think it's interesting. All those fellows you've mentioned, a few others. I think they need political advice. All of them, without an exception. And it tells you the sort of nature of Kenyan politics, because you'd imagine that as a politician, somebody would understand what politics is about, what power is about, how power is accessed, why is accessed, the manner in which it's accessed, and so on. I think they're behaving as if ODM was a corporation, that does stringent rules and so on. ODM, as all political parties, is a vehicle to power. And now the person who was holding that particular vehicle is not there. So there's a vacuum. There's really a power vacuum, whether we like it or not.
Yes.
And the question is, who will grab it? So for me, it is it's purely power play. It is not anchor or no anchor and so on. And there's nothing about being shy about power. you actually grab power is never given to you in the first instance. If you look at all these individuals, Oburu, if you look at him, is basically a caretaker. Number one, he's not one of the most gifted politicians. He was defeated several times in my own constituency by a novice that comes from the smallest clan, Ochanda.
Okay.
Yeah, Ochanda comes from a clan that is less than 20%.
Okay.
And when he was being defeated, they had just inherited his father's position in Bondo. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
So he's not an extremely talented politician. Let us just say that. He's an Odinga, of course. And he's a safe pair of hands in terms of transition. He's a threat to nobody. That is why the daughter can castigate him. He's basically a threat to nobody. Of course, let's come to Winnie. Winnie sees herself as a heir to the Odinga legacy.
Is that so?
But then, yes, of the way she's been behaving.
Okay.
Because you'd be asking, whom does Winnie speak for? And who gives her the authority of the legitimacy to speak for? So from where I sit, she clearly wants to grab the mantle.
Okay.
She wants to grab the mantle.
Like you've said, power is grabbed.
Exactly.
You're not given.
Yeah. So she sees it as somebody who can inherit the Raila legacy. But by inheriting Raila legacy, I do not mean the ODM leadership. I don't think that is in a league, really.
Okay.
I mean to just be realistic. Of course, Buru will never inherit it, despite the fact that he's sitting on the throne. He's just warming it.
Yes.
Then of course you have this at the leaders. You have Sifunas and the rest. These guys also made choices. One of the choices they made was to actually be leaders in Nairobi. And Nairobi is not broad-based. It's as simple as that. Nairobi is not broad-based. The president is very unpopular in Nairobi. There's nothing he can promise us. In fact, we don't even want roads. We just want good governance.
We'll get to the president in a minute.
And now, this is my issue. That there is no way you'll be sucked into broad-based things and actually be guaranteed of winning an election in Nairobi. And that's why you see them blowing hot and cold. You see Babu Owino giving up apparently his last speech before I don't know he goes where. Whether he'll be bold enough to go there or not, we don't know. We see people like Sifuna, very, very interestingly positioned. And the question is that, can he grab the party? And if he grabs the party, of course, I mean, he'll win Nairobi and he'll be a proper presidential candidate and so on. But he must get it out of broad-based. You see people like Orengo reminded that there was a time that they used to fight in the trenches. And maybe the legacy would be in the trenches. So what you're seeing is actually this one happened at the Tower Bubble. Yeah, so they need a Holy Spirit from a Christianese. They need a Holy Spirit so that they can understand each other again. In the Tower Bubble, nobody would understand each other. Yeah. When the Holy Spirit came, people were speaking different tongues, but they understood each other.
Yeah.
So ODM needs a miracle so that they can understand each other. That miracle will not happen. It will not happen because, again, that's the nature of politics.
Professor, in this country, party leadership, the position of party leader looks or seems like it's an eternal position where the only time it will be vacant is when someone passes on. Raila Odinga passed on, left his open. Kalembe Ndile was the party leader of Tip Tip.
Yes, there was a party called Tip Tip.
Tip Tip, yeah.
Tip Tip, yes.
And up until he died, he was the party leader of Tip Tip.
Yes, correct.
PNU, I think, was President Kibaki's party.
Correct, there was a party.
When he left, someone else took over.
And it was a ruling party.
Exactly.
It wasn't just any other party.
And
right.
we can go on and on. I think the
Correct.
only party I've seen that has got a successful transition is Safina Party, where Paul Mwite handed over the mantle
Correct.
to Jimmy Wanjigi.
To be fair, right.
Yeah, exactly. So when you say that Dr. Oburu is warming this seat for someone, who could this someone be? Again, considering this is an eternal position, correct me if I'm wrong, at what point will he vacate that seat?
Assuming that there'll be a party. He could just warm it, and after that there'll be an explosion and there'll be no party. We may end up with where we started, where we have ODM Kenya, ODM Nyanza, ODM Orange, ODM Yellow. I think ODM that will be associating with Ruto should already rebrand. In fact, after I leave studio, I'll go straight away and register the trademark ODM Yellow. Okay. Now the question is whether ODM would hold. I think that ODM cannot hold. That's my position. ODM was being held not... They talk about ideology and ideas and so on. We know, yes, ODM, regardless of the way you look at it, it was still a reactionary thing. Right from the start, because the banana versus the chungwa was basically, I mean, it was basically an opposition to a position that had been put. To be fair to them, they were advocating for devolution then, and they've sort of kept that. But we've not seen strong ideologies and so on that we can say that no. If this guy is in ODM, this is what they actually stand for. So what is this magic that's going to hold ODM? Okay. On the other hand, people are raiding ODM, of course. The president is already there doing his fishing. In fact, he remembered suddenly that he was an ODM founder member.
Yes.
And they're all parading. They are a lot of politicians,
We saw him in ODM regalia.
In ODM regalia.
Yeah.
And you're ruling using the other banana party. The yellow one is
wheelbarrow.
Wheelbarrow, yes. Yeah, I saw this nice wheelbarrow carrying oranges. Yeah. That's the new thing. Yeah. So ODM is going to be raided, and in fact, there's another group that we didn't talk to about. That's the Mbadis of this world. That's the Johos of this world. The guys inside, they're Tandis and stuff. The pure Ndais and stuff. These are typical Kenyans who've never had any serious ambition or any serious things to build, but to benefit from the largesse of state, and they would like to keep that for as long as they can. So already, in fact, the seeds of destruction is already sowed inside of ODM. Those fellows are not going to run away anytime. They're staying with UDA. For them, and Winnie was the one castigating them. For them, Ruto must go for 2 terms because you want to lengthen your eating period as much as you can. And yeah, so basically, the way I look at it is that ODM is in big trouble from within and even from without in their own territories.
Right.
There are many guys I've talked to who are actually very comfortable now that Baba is gone. Why? Because some of these guys were very strong politicians.
Yes.
And because they were not seen to be Baba's cows, they were sort of literally pushed out of politics. I can talk about people like Tuju, who has warmed up. We don't know what he'll actually be going for. The people like Engineer Gumbo, who ran against Orengo last time. And there are many such fellows in Nyanza.
Yep.
Some of them are even in ODM, including Ochanda, Gideon, the MP for Bondo, who keeps getting his ticket last minute, despite of course always winning those nominations, and is always at loggerhead with ODM leadership because we're not seen to be direct followers of Raila, as it were.
Yeah.
And some of those are pretty strong politicians. We have the MDG people in game area and so on, and they have a new leash of life. They feel like now these guys are beatable. They feel ODM candidates are beatable. They're not bothered about them. In fact, I see a lot of them already, the ones who are in ODM, leaving ODM to go, to some of these fringe parties and fight from there.
Yeah.
So the way we look at it, the assault that ODM will be getting shortly, mind you, they're not even likely to have a presidential candidate. That will even weaken them further in terms of a galvanizing force around which they can actually rally, their ideas. So ODM is actually going to be, even if it remains as a party, it will shrink quite considerably. It will shrink quite considerably.
Right. Someone mentioned, actually sat on that chair and said perhaps President Ruto right now would be safe in terms of the future and securing his future rather for a second term if he gave Winnie Odinga a position in cabinet.
I think that is very stupid. It is. It is extremely stupid. The thing is that I think, you see, because Raila was big and the Odingas have been big, it is extremely stupid to imagine that because the two were big, there must be a big Odinga. These dynasties come to an end.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. And the Odinga dynasty has actually come to an end. I can say that on air without any fear of contradiction. The Odinga dynasty has come to an end. It has not fallen as dramatically as other dynasties because there are people who are, were in different positions and so on.
Yeah.
Let's look at Raila. Raila was not a beneficiary of the Odinga largesse. Raila was a bona fide fighter in his own right. He was a member of parliament elected on his own merit. In fact, they were serving in the same parliament with his father. And he came from a tougher place Nairobi is no joke. Odinga came from a rural constituency and so on. So Raila basically earned his feathers. Let's look at these other Odingas. If you remove the Odinga name, there'll be nothing to them. So I think Ruto would have totally wasted an opportunity by simply picking an Odinga and making them the deputy, because I don't think that will even translate to significant votes in Nyanza. That would be defeatist. I think what and the reason I agree with the sort of thinking that Oburu has, I think they'll be better off broadening their engagement with the Ruto government. In fact, for me, I think it's Chiragai or somebody who told them that they should forget about the presidency and the deputy presidency. I think that's the best thing that ODM should do, really, because what it would mean is that they can go and then now negotiate for a number of positions that are not a threat to particular individuals. You know, they'll end up with ministers here and there. They may end up with an attorney general. They end up with all these guys within government that somehow those fellows might be able to keep the party running. But if Ruto makes a mistake of picking one Odinga and putting them in a pole position to the exclusion of a significant number within ODM, he won't have done himself any justice.
There's something that happened a few days ago. Dr. Evans Kidero had a case, about 213 million charges against him. They were dropped.
Correct.
Could that be a harbinger towards his political metamorphosis to probably get back into politics?
Yes, because we know Dr. Kidero. We know his public life. We know his successful run in Nairobi. We know his failed run in Homa Bay. That's one of the most colorless politicians in this country, honestly. If it was not for the money that he had, I think this guy cannot even qualify to be an MCA. To be, whether his case is dropped or not. I know he wants to be in politics for whatever reason. He's not a talented politician. He's not a good governor or even manager of public affairs. He's shown that. We asked Dr. Kidero on air with what he had done in Nairobi, and he couldn't remember. Yeah, you know, what sort of politician is that? Our president remembers even things that he will never do.
Well, he closed several roundabouts. The Westlands one, and I'm forgetting the
one here, right near your studio here, and caused a lot of problems. Caused a lot of problems.
The regular politics that we have that actually suits our rural areas. What roads do you want to build in Nairobi?
Exactly.
I'm just saying he closed.
No, I'm saying
because problems.
The discussion
and it's still closed.
The discussion about Nairobi or any major city has to be completely different from any discussion you have.
You know,
with this rural population that you have.
And you know, it's interesting that you're bringing that. Of course, Kidero failed totally to engage in that politics. If anything, I think one of the politicians who tried to do a little bit of this was Raila. And then earlier on, if you get into history, people like Mboya. Yeah, you see, because number one, Nairobi is very cosmopolitan.
Yes.
So if you're looking at issues around citizenship and citizen issues and citizen rights and so on, you know, you'll find that Nairobi would gravitate more towards a rights-based politician, if you can look at it that way, who goes slightly beyond basics. You know, of course, those basics must be provided, but then I want a thinking politician. I want a politician who can govern. I want a politician, you know, who puts systems in place. I want a politician, you know, who actually can ensure that there's justice within the city and so on.
Okay.
And that's partly why I think a lot of these politicians just fall off. And that's partly also why politicians like Sifuna and Babu are attractive in Nairobi. Because I'm not too bothered about whether Babu fixed a tap in my place. But I listen to him as a citizen of the country and saying, fine, some injustices have happened. What position is this particular politician taking?
Okay.
That's the Nairobi electorate. The Nairobi electorate is a slightly more sophisticated electorate. We expect roads and which are functioning, not even as the role of the politician. That is a basic we expect in the city, regardless of who's running the city. We expect, you know, to have the basic facilities and so on. Because anyway, I mean, all the national resources have been concentrated here, and that's not just Nairobi. It's the nature of big cities around the world. That's why New York can pick Mdani. And what is he talking about? Is he talking about building new highways and building new whatever? No, the guy is talking about the way. He's talking about immigrant issues. He's talking about human rights.
Taxation.
He's talking about taxation. He's talking about fidelity.
Making New York affordable for those who live there.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
social issues.
The Nairobi politician, unfortunately, the Nairobi politics and politician is radically different from the national politics and politics.
Of all the governors we've had in Nairobi, including that of Kananu, and I think in collaboration with General, was it Abdi Mohammed?
Yes.
One of those.
Badi. He was called General
Badi.
Badi.
Thank you.
Please. Not Mbadi.
Badi.
This is for your sake.
B-A-D.
Yes.
Asante.
Sababa.
apart from, I mean, including that particular time in history,
right?
Do we have a governor or governors who've actually delivered anything whatsoever?
No.
The answer is just no. But I'm not saying Nairobi is the easiest county to deliver for, and Nairobi is also the toughest county to deliver for. I always give an example of Kisumu Governor Nyong'o. A lot of things have happened in Kisumu, but then if you look at what Nyong'o has actually done, he's just done politics and good governance. Really, there's nothing much that is done. People perceive Kisumu to be a relatively well-run, whatever city, regardless of what that means. People do their work. There's nothing outstanding that Nyong'o is doing there. But Kisumu people are sort of happy with him. Why? Because the expectation of Kisumu people, almost
is
like
low.
Nairobi, is not just low. They don't expect things to be done for them.
Okay.
They expect institutions that are running. They expect that if I go to pay my bills, that is done efficiently. They expect that if somebody was given a task to sweep outside there, is clean. Whether there's a new road or there's no new road. They expect that there'll be no scandals and people stealing. In fact, that's why Abala Wanga's story is like the guy's goose is cooked. But Nairobi has never had such in fact, this guy, Miguna.
Yes.
Miguna said it. And we took it for granted. Miguna said, Nairobi needs a leader.
Yes.
We need a leader where you can sit and say, that is my governor. This guy is thinking about the future of the city. He's thinking how the city is governed. Ensures that there's no nonsense. If you sit in those offices, you don't do your work, you go away. It's as simple as that.
But also someone, if we were to talk specifics about governors, someone like Nyong'o has one benefit. Kisumu is the headquarters of that region.
Correct.
When you talk about conferences, whether it is the East African Enclave and the various conferences that are around it, if you're talking about a seafront that is second to Mombasa,
right?
If you're talking to bringing public service like the Navy, something which should have been done decades ago, being done now.
Exactly.
If you talk about just the growth of a city, you see, you point to something very interesting. Given the neglect that particular region suffered for that long, again, expectations
are very low.
Yes,
that is true.
So anything that moves and benefits,
right?
See, I fault that government for one thing. There is no county in that region that is as industrialized as Kisumu.
Yeah, that is
predominantly sugar cane industries.
Correct. True.
Now, if those factories were actually revived to the standards that are required,
correct, that
would be an extremely rich county.
No, it's not just sugarcane. Myself, and we discussed that with Nyong'o. You see, and it's interesting.
I'm starting with sugarcane because it is a low-hanging fruit.
This is even a low-hanging fruit. The example I'm going to give you, CT.
Yes.
When Nyong'o was taking over,
yes,
we had 20 fish factories.
Yes, we did
in Kisumu.
Yes,
that were exporting fish to Europe. Then in between there, we had COVID and all the other things, and
business went down.
And business went down, and then of course, as part of the revival, the then president decided to do fish ponds everywhere, and what was interesting was that all Kisumu's fish is actually exported even now, is exported through JKI.
Yes.
And none of those guys in factories, in Kisumu, the ones running the factories, own cooling plants in JKI. All the cooling plants in JKI are owned by middlemen.
Yes.
Who then decided to get the fish from the ponds. And actually, as we are talking, there is no fish processor in Kisumu. They closed. It just became too expensive for them. it just became too expensive for them.
So the stimulus program that introduced fish farming
exactly
essentially killed that particular industry.
And look at our neighbors. And I always use that example. That's Mwanza. If you land in Kisumu airport for a small region, you're like, wow, nice place, you know, very, very sort of elaborate. You look at the cargo section. Do you know the cargo section?
Is there a cargo section?
There isn't. It doesn't exist.
Because I was going to ask you, where exactly is it situated?
There is no cargo section at all. Go to Mwanza. The main airport is a small section of Kisumu airport. The bigger airport is the cargo section. And they take fish there directly to Europe. You find fishermen in Mwanza driving Ferraris because the value chain is very efficient. For us, you have these middlemen who don't even like fish. You know, the fish comes here, they bless it, they get all the money. There's a processor down in Kisumu there that doesn't fish and so on. In Mwanza, thanks to whatever, it is the same guys. The same guys that form themselves into cooperatives. They do the fish processing by the lake. It doesn't go anywhere. And from there it goes to the airport and is in Europe. 8 hours. You know, you got fresh fish in Europe. So I agree with you 100% that you know, as a governor, we would have expected Nyong'o to pick some of those low-hanging fruits and run with them.
You see, my issue, in fact, you're the one who raised this issue and sparked the thinking. When expectations are low, you are content with very little progress.
Exactly.
Instead of understanding the entirety of the potential that actually exists and what could have been done, much more that could have been done.
And that's what we call leadership too. That's exactly what we call leadership too. Not this inferiority complex of you know, we used to be at the same level as Singapore. You know, that stupidity must stop. In fact, I think we should pass a law in Kenya that if you say we used to be at the same level as Singapore, you should be locked.
You're arrested.
What we should be saying is that City of Menya, you guys, what potential do we have, and what can we be able to achieve, and we proceed and achieve it, regardless of what Singapore is doing.
You know, we were discussing this in the earlier hour, and I was talking to Paul here and telling him about an article that was written by a gentleman called Wycliffe Muga, in the Star, and his thesis is this. He says we should not emulate Singapore. We should emulate Iceland. And this is what he says. When you look at the geothermal power that we have, Iceland has the same.
Yes.
Geothermal power is cheap. Cheap in terms of just running it.
You don't need
and he gives examples of the turbines we have in Olkaria, 35 years old, minimum maintenance until exactly. And he says they smelt aluminium and other minerals where in Iceland. So the industrialists come to Iceland because power is cheap. Now, instead of worrying about these things, we've only explored 10% of our potential. If we explode more, we'd have cheaper. People would come to do business because we would have the one resource they need for whatever industries they have. Now, what you also said, which makes sense, is the need to have people in leadership. You mentioned Nairobi, yes, but who are thinkers? There's a young man from Mandera called Abdullahi Alas. This is something he always says. He says, you know, we don't have enough thinkers in this country. He says, forget the leadership. If there's a leader and calls himself a leader and doesn't think, we are doomed. So people who...
But you know, CT,
yes.
And I agree with you, at all levels. I want to tell people, you know, once you get into particular position of leadership, especially higher positions of leadership, the first thing you're called to do is strategy, which is thinking. And then the next layer is planning. Then at the lowest level is doing
the implementation.
Now us, we have guys vigorously implementing stupid ideas, you know, just doing things and imagine that by doing very many things we are going to get far. And that's why we're in trouble. We are busy, we have our leaders running around like headless chicken. Oh, we're building this road. If you ask, why are you doing it? Sometimes the thing you're doing might even harm you. This is, in fact, and it's everywhere. You can imagine, even in universities, we have people doing things, building hostels. Like, these are places for thinkers, for goodness sake. You should be telling us how the thinking that you're producing is going to transform this country and the world
again
shortly.
We had a conversation around research in universities.
Yes.
But Professor, I want us to again come back and talk about you've just said roads. The president has been in Ukambani lately,
Right.
making sure the airport is being done, the airstrip in Kitui rather, and then several roads have been done within the 3 counties of Ukambani.
Correct.
He's clearly trying to woo these people. He's campaigning
Correct.
in Ukambani.
Very, very true.
Should Kalonzo and team be worried?
No, Kalonzo and team should not be worried about the roads. They should be worried about the president. Yeah, because I always say, I get worried about the president. The thing is, the president has demonstrated before that he knows how to win elections. You see, whether it's by fraud, whether it's by creating a narrative, whatever it is, he knows how to win elections. And to me, that's more troublesome. Yeah, because, somebody who knows how to win elections and can win using any tactic, to me, is more worrisome than an honest doer of things who hopes that by the things that he does, by his actions, then people would actually vote him. I was quite fascinated by one statistic that the president put on the table. He talked about 360 kilometers of roads that they were building.
Where from where to where?
In
Ukambani.
In the 3 counties. And I was like, you can't be serious. That's almost roads across the entire country. Yeah, because from Mombasa all the way to Western is about 400. It's 400 something.
From
kilometers.
Mombasa
to Nairobi
is
498.
Is close to 500.
It's close to 500.
From Nairobi to Kisumu is another 300 kilometers or so.
Yeah.
So that's 800 kilometers. Now, those are long distances.
Those are long distances.
So when you talk about 360 kilometers
Ongoing.
in Ukambani,
From Nairobi to Kitui, because I come from Kitui, it's about 160 kilometers.
There you go. So basically, the roads that he's talking about is
are roads within Ukambani.
Yes, within Ukambani. Now you can imagine that. That's 160. So you can imagine like 3 times that. Just inside there, work that's ongoing. I've been to Ukambani. I've got clients there. There's some road works going on, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
But surely it is not 360. But my point is that the president is such a savvy politician. He knows he thrives on political narratives. He knows that those narratives don't have to be true for people to whatever. And to me, that's a bigger concern. And it reflects the whole thing. Now the president has positioned himself quite quickly as the ODM founder. And you say, but you're no longer in ODM. You're running a rival party. Are you celebrating? And of course, and it's built the narrative quite quickly to say ODM must be in government, or must form government.
Yes.
I mean, I'm fighting you, and you're telling me, Alfred, you must win.
But who exactly is fighting him in ODM? Is it the whole ODM?
Nobody's fighting him. What I'm saying here is that the president is a master of narratives.
Okay.
So and some of those narratives then get believed. He'll keep saying this. The next time he goes to Nyanza, people will be looking at him as a member of ODM, while in truth he's not at all. And to me, that's a bigger concern. That when he gets into Kamani there, the big thing that he's saying is that look here, guys. I mean, I'm doing all the projects here, and he'll be saying, and he'll be dropping numbers, and until a point when it's actually believed. He did that same narrative with Central Kenya to the extent that, in fact, they stopped believing their own people and so on. He did that with hustlers. He no longer talks about hustlers anymore. Until every young person, I had a quarrel with my baba. I had a quarrel because I couldn't speak. These guys said, look here, I mean, we have a savior. And the president knows that, and he uses it quite powerfully. I think the other person who tries it a little bit is maybe his former deputy,
Rigiji.
Yeah, exactly. But you look at Kalonzo. Of course, as a politician, Kalonzo, for example, Rigiji comes and declares Kalonzo cousin.
All right.
And what has Kalonzo done with it? You saw when Kalonzo took the 100 cows in Nyanza. There was quite some excitement, but what has he done with it? So for me, that is where the issue is. That this distinction between politicians. They will criticize the president in terms of what the president has done and what the president hasn't done. The president is not interested. The president is looking at politics and politicking and actually just influencing people, using his words and roaming around.
Do you think he'll be able to influence Ukambani just because he has gone there and built a road here and there and done whatever he has done, a few empowerment programs here and there? Do you think that's enough to actually get that Ukambani vote that he really wants?
No, he will not get the Ukambani vote. But that is not his interest.
Okay.
That is not his interest. The thing is that currently, immediately removed Raila, we basically those tribal kingpins, let's just call them what they are.
For sure.
We basically have 3 kingpins currently. 2.5 kingpins. The president is a kingpin. We know Kalonzo will vote him. They are normally very quiet, but they'll vote him regardless. And Kalonzo is a kingpin, and he's proven it. He's solid with Ukambani. It doesn't matter what the noises the president makes.
Okay.
Wiper will still carry Ukambani. Wiper had carried Ukambani in less in less stressful times. So I don't really see the president making such huge inroads into Ukambani, and especially if Kalonzo is running for president, I don't see that that actually happening. The other one, of course, is that I was saying 2.5 is Gachagua.
Or he's a half a kingpin.
He's half a kingpin. Nobody will not be running.
Yeah.
In that place, we have the king with no throne, Uhuru Kenyatta, and we have people pulling in all sorts of different directions. And to me, I think, and the president has done it. I don't know why he's not doing more of that. The one thing I liked about the hustler narrative was that really it was the first time that somebody was going outside of the tribal space to craft something else. And I think Kalonzo is a pretty amiable politician. He's been at high levels and so on. You could see even when he went to Nyanza, he had some genuine supporters who felt that this guy can actually be president.
Yeah.
But the issue is that the Kenyan politician, the thinking we're talking about, the Kenyan politician is notoriously lazy upstairs. Because honestly, you must ask yourself, who are these guys who are disgruntled about Ruto's regime? The guys who are disgruntled about Ruto's regime is not a tribe in the traditional sense. It's the Gen Zs. It's the fellows who are killed on the streets, who are agitating for something. It is the middle class whose payroll was, has been eroded. That kind of whatever. And this fellow is the hustlers who are actually abandoned, by the whatever. And it requires just a little bit of thinking to be able to harness these constituencies. And then you can add them to your tribal constituency. Your tribesmen will always be there, and they will even like you more when you're talking about these sophisticated things and so on. And I was saying that the current state of Kenyan politician is totally unimaginative. In fact, none of those guys, including the ones running for presidency, is even qualified to be our MCA here in Nairobi, because we're talking about higher level issues. We're talking about our pay slips. We are talking about not just jobs for youths, but actually youth rights being looked at.
Prof,
and this discourse is there. There's a huge opportunity there. The president had actually used it in the past. Kalonzo just needs to pick it and then add a little bit of these thoughts around it and run with it.
Actually, you're right, Prof, because the things that the president raised when he was campaigning in 2022 were actually serious governance issues.
Exactly.
If you're talking about unemployment, essentially somebody has been trained and cannot get something to do. It's a governance issue. Somebody is unwell and they cannot get treatment in hospital. It's a governance issue.
Correct.
Parents have children who need to go to school. They don't have money to pay because school is expensive. It's a governance issue.
In fact, they even talked about government capture.
Yes.
The state capture.
That's what they spoke of.
Core governance issues.
He actually touched on his campaign strategy, touched on things that were core.
Exactly.
Just look at the charters they signed. This is the first time in our history where somebody has documented a social contract with the citizen. Documented. So you just go to go and say, Chief, you said this,
correct.
and you're the one who signed off on it. Now, you take it a step further. You've heard me castigating the so-called united opposition. I'm asking, what do you have to offer?
You can just unite against somebody.
I mean, precisely. we have issues that need tackling.
Correct.
But the person who is carrying the conversation is actually the president.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you are letting
That's the
him.
cause of the problem.
Yes, and you are letting him carry that
Exactly.
conversation.
Yeah.
Because all you're doing is opposing. Now, I had a discussion with a politician who told me something very interesting. He said, I was looking at the Nyanza. He said specifically the Nyanza region.
Right.
He said, have you ever heard of the Riviera? I said, I have.
Yes.
I said, actually, if you want to understand the Riviera, don't go to the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Just go to Cape Town.
Yeah. Correct.
The Cape area. My friend, if somebody dropped you there,
You wouldn't know
you would not completely.
No. Actually.
I went
better
to-
than Europe. Yeah.
Oh yes.
It is. Yeah.
I went to certain sections where, first of all, it's full of vineyards and what have
Right.
you.
Yeah.
There's a rail that actually runs from the town and
Right.
out of it.
Correct.
And I asked, what's this rail for? He said, well, the people who work here
Yeah.
come in the morning with this rail
Correct.
and then they leave.
Correct.
It's an almost predominantly white enclave. Believe me, what you find there, when I say for me it was mind-boggling.
Yes.
I could see what the pictures I've seen of the Riviera because I've never been there. Now this person was telling me,
Yeah. Right.
do you know what we can do with that lake region?
Yeah.
I said, do you have any idea what we can do? He said, forget this tourist attraction that people talk of
Yeah.
Mombasa.
Correct.
Said, Lake Victoria. He said, think of anything and everything you've imagined.
And it's fresh water. That Riviera you're talking about is salty water that you can't use for anything.
Exactly. He said, the
Victoria
things
is
you
fresh.
can do with that lake. Something that simple. He said, it is an economic source that nobody has even begun to tap. Begun. Okay?
That's true.
Then he also told me, centrally speaking, if you're talking about East and Central Africa, Kisumu is by far the most central place you can think of.
It is.
All these industries that are, whether they're in Thika or where, said they should be in the Kisumu area. He said, that way you've got the entirety of East and Central Africa,
Correct.
and that would be an easier place to do business.
Correct.
Sudan is around
Even
the
from a
corner.
logistic point of view. Correct.
All these places are not far from Kisumu. He said, now, do you hear of people talking about those things?
No.
I said, no, I don't. He said, now you see, this is where our problem begins. The politician has determined to keep the Kenyan mind on these fundamentals that we've been talking about since independence.
Correct.
And the mind doesn't go. And those who think along these lines are not courageous enough to continuously speak
Correct.
about them.
Exactly.
Even if you're not being listened to, it doesn't
Yes,
matter.
correct.
Just keep speaking.
Because those issues then get into the public domain.
Exactly. And he gave the example and said, people will appreciate Raila when he's not there. Raila was alive when he was telling me this. He said, I asked him why. He said, do you know this man broke the mold? He is the one politician who, when he disagreed with a certain position, he moved.
Yes.
He wasn't going to sit there and he just said,
Correct. Correct.
you keep it,
Correct.
I'm going on. And he said, do you know what happened? The people followed him.
Correct.
It wasn't immediate,
Correct.
but they did. Then he said, the mold was harder to break.
Yeah.
According to this politician, he was saying, the person who had been molded to take over was Uburu, not Raila.
Yes. True.
So Raila broke the mold even with his own father.
Yeah.
He said, but look at where it has taken him. He said, again, we do not know of any leader on this planet, this is according to this politician, who gets more popular with every election he loses.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, that is true.
Said it's never happened.
Yeah.
Now, the enormity of it,
yeah.
the enormity of it hit me when Raila Odinga passed away. Because I looked at the way the country mourned and is still mourning, and I said, what? So what that fellow was telling me was he had seen something that I had not seen.
Correct. Correct.
Because even as we speak now, the influence of this man who passed away, in fact, is even more potent than he was before. He's still the center of the discussion of at the party.
Correct.
He's still the center of discussion
in the country.
Yes, he is.
Exactly. Exactly.
And the person has passed away.
Correct.
I mean, I was watching again several videos on the internet, and everyone, you could tell they were talking about the fact that it's been a month since former Prime Minister passed on.
Right.
But people are still making trips
Right.
to his gravesite.
Correct.
And then he mentioned President Kenyatta, sorry, not Kenyatta, but President Moi. And he said, the guy passed on, we buried.
Correct.
And literally after the sunset, it's like we forgot about him. Same to President Kibaki. After the sunset, we forgot about him. So here we are looking at a person who a month later, people are still making pilgrimage to his grave. So we can tell that indeed he is someone who had a great influence over the politics.
But you see, the question is, why do you think that person was that influential? Because like every normal human being, he had huge flaws.
No. But you see, what I want to tell people, the interesting thing with death is a purifying moment in somebody's life. I think it's just like our students. If I can use that example. A student who gets... you're outside there, you get an A of 80s or 70s or whatever it is. We castigate you. We are like, why didn't you get this 20%? How could you fail such a simple question? And so on. But when it reaches that terminal moment when you no longer be available for us, we sit there and we say, oh no, CT has scored the highest aggregate ever in this institution. You can't be serious. Yeah, City is doing 90%, and that's now when we celebrate you. And to me, that is the Raila bit. I mean, if you look at him across time, I don't think that the politicians would tick those boxes. Raila was proven to fight for the poor. Raila fought actually for the multi-party democracy and was locked up there. In fact, of the recent detainees, he's the one who spent most time in detention. The post-independence ones.
Actually, no, Wasonga spent more time than him by a few years.
Yes.
But he was by far one of the longest serving.
Exactly.
Yes.
One of the longest serving detainees.
Yes.
And then, of course, Raila comes in and starts fighting the single party rule. Until, of course, we got somewhere. Then we get into the banana and oranges. And we know, I mean, there was a group that didn't want change at all, and they were talking about centralization. And we know Raila became the face of that devolution, regardless of where the idea came from. In fact, he was the leader. He would pick these really, really powerful ideas and then proceed to actually run with them. Raila spent all his time, in fact, the Chief Justice said it, he spent all his time pushing jurisprudence in this country. And that's, I was telling people that's one of the weak things in this country, that there are very many things that are questionable in law. But Kenyans are not litigious, generally. We let government get away with murder. But Raila did spend a lot of time, doing that and working with the opposition and so on. So it's when he passed on that people realized that no, this guy was not just an average politician. He's a politician who basically was pursuing these greater roles, and sometimes even punching way above his weight. In fact, as I wind up that thought,
right?
Somebody said that I know because we're talking about ODM. They're saying the only politician in this country capable of holding together the contradiction that was ODM was Raila.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, here is a guy who is actually opposed to a lot of things the government is doing. Then is in government. His party is taking all these different positions and is able to actually hold it together. Yeah, so definitely was a special politician. He was a great leader in his own right. He could build these bigger visions.
Right.
And I think they worked very well with Kibaki because Kibaki, I think Kibaki was a planner. Just like I was saying, you need a visionary, who can develop these bigger strategies. And then you need a planner who can pick those visions and translate them into some grand plans. Then at the third tier, you need doers who can implement those plans. Currently, what we have are doers who basically just have money, our taxes, and are running around. So we have neither. And I think that's why, despite the challenges, the Grand Coalition government was very interesting.
Yeah.
Because at least it had some visionaries, and then it had planners. Yeah. The current ones, you can't say that these guys are planning. You can't say that these fellows are thinking. You can't say, I met the president myself, and I told him exactly the same thing. That there was a time that this country, you could see the vision for the first time. There are things that people take for granted. For the first time, Kenya had a national spatial plan that spoke to every single part of this country, including rural areas and the parks where the animals are, and the cities. And just like City was saying here, that enabled us to think that how did this country develop, and why did it develop the way it developed? The country developed because the Mzungu put the rail to extract resources from Uganda. And everything that developed in this country, from Mombasa to Voi, to Machakos, to Nairobi itself, all the way to Kisumu, to Eldoret, it was that rail. It is a no-brainer that if a rail that was meant to extract from Uganda could create that development for 100 years, what about another rail to Southern Sudan that goes to Cameroon and West Africa?
So you're saying that our leaders need to think like colonizers?
Exactly. Not really. I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah.
We have to think beyond.
The colonizers had a vision.
Yeah.
They had a vision. And we're seeing the impact of that vision.
Yes.
So saying, why can't we put alternative visions in place? As City is saying, why can't we look at the entire lake and say, okay, fine, what can we do with this lake? One of the things I've been telling them through and through. Colonial infrastructure was to extract resources. If you're going to do another type, if you're going to do infrastructure in this time and age, what should be the driving force of that infrastructure? It can't be extraction of resources. You know, it is actually that infrastructure must be an economic infrastructure, you know, that develops regions, you know, that actually attracts resources as it actually were. So we don't do LAPSET because we want to steal oil and take it to Europe. We do LAPSET now as an end, as a destination. We were saying, look here, we can reorganize the population of this country. These can become spaces of production, you know, and so on. Yes, we'll be bringing in resources. In fact, we reverse it, and this becomes now a manufacturing hub for the continent. We are saying, okay, fine. Kenya, we're 50-something million, 60-something million. By the time we hit, 100 million, where will these people be staying? And we're saying, no, they should not stay in the southern corridor. Let's take them to the northern corridor. And what will be happening in that corridor in terms of agriculture, in terms of food security, in terms of technology, in terms of AI, in terms of all these sort of different things.
Yeah.
Currently, we don't have any visionary thinker. We have petty doers who come to open a tap and to open some little road that goes nowhere. The reason why Christianity thrives today is because its founder creates such a compelling vision that is still relevant 2,000 years later.
Heaven.
Exactly. So that's what leaders are called to do. You have to create this compelling vision that can rally your people for quite some time, and then you break it down to something that's doable, so that we have a reason to wake up. We have, so that, and rightly so, they say, leadership is actually you're a purveyor of hope. You must become a believer yourself. But then, of course, you break this thing into implementable sections and so on, so that your vision doesn't just become empty. When people see cities coming up, when people see Lamu Port being done, and you're saying, no, the logistics here, we are going to have the best deep sea port in the whole continent, and people can actually see it. And you build, and you don't need to finish it. Great leaders build over centuries. Actually, that's how the old civilizations
they set the foundation on which. Yes, because
the blueprint we've been talking about.
Correct.
Precisely, because if you look at China, the person who began what you're seeing was called Deng.
Yes, correct.
Na sahi Xi Jinping
aliwacha. But you see, they had a structure.
Exactly.
For it.
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
And because of that structure, you are assured of continuity.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And there's a collectivism in the way they make decisions and choose leaders that mirrors a very good way of public participation.
Exactly.
Because the party that they have is at the very, very grassroots.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Now, we unfortunately have a fundamental problem.
And it identifies talent.
To near your microphone. To near your microphone.
Yeah.
I told you. Yeah.
But continue. Carry on.
You see, when you look at those who would wish to oppose a sitting president,
right,
they are disappointing. Because the opposition presents an opportunity for you to introduce something which is more potent than what this president used to actually gain power.
Correct.
And you don't need to invent anything.
Yes.
Take the very methods that he used.
Correct. Exactly.
That same vision, okay? Then twist it to serve your purpose.
Exactly.
When you're talking about the voting, say for instance, in a place like Ukambani,
yes,
and we talk about the real politics of Kenya, he cannot shift the majority of voters in that region to his side.
Yeah.
But that's not what he needs.
Correct.
When you have rallies that are attended by people, whether you ferret them or not,
correct,
it opens the window for rigging.
Exactly.
Because And you do not need to rig by a huge margin.
Correct.
You just need to get somebody who understands how to figure these things
How
out.
the thing works. Yeah.
And over time,
Correct.
just give you those small increments along the way, and you just keep building them up.
Exactly.
That has been the bane of our existence when it comes to our elections.
Yeah.
That is why a closely contested election, the margin is something that is believable.
Yes.
You say, actually,
this guy will,
it's possible.
the number of things that he
These
collected,
people, exactly. And these other people didn't quite all vote.
Exactly.
There are narratives you can create to justify the position.
Exactly.
Not like the 97% that somebody across the border. That is a bit tricky. But you see, in the morning I was telling Paul, what I find lacking in all these conversations is how the citizenry will benefit from all these things that they're doing.
Right.
It is completely lacking. It is how it is what someone is not doing. Is what they hope to do, and you say, okay.
But you see, CT, and to me, those are the concerns that I have.
Yes.
Yeah, because and that's why I was saying that people who speak about Singapore should be prosecuted. No, you see, because we have our situation here.
Yes.
We have our situation, and I would expect a responsible leader to look at that situation, not just negatively, to look at that situation and say, fine, what do we really have? What is the bare minimum? What must we protect at all costs? You know, of what we have, leave alone what additional things we'll do. Then after that, we start looking at what else will we do and why. You know, one of the things that this country is known for, this country is known for its human resource.
Yes, it is.
Myself, one of my reasons for shifting back to Kenya here was just that I couldn't find the human resource that I needed to do my consulting in South Africa. I could not.
So you have to come back home.
You come here and the guy is just on the street. You can employ 100 if you want. So Kenya has generally had a relatively good human resource, human capital. And how has that happened? It is something that has happened for a very long time. In fact, somebody was telling me that, what do you mean? This guy was a chief in 1901 under a Christian name. Like, believe it or not, and he wrote a letter to the colonial government protesting some activities of the colonialists in his area. Because basically what happened, and it was not necessarily the most positive, but what happened was that when the colonialists came, they came with religion and education. And people then got educated, and we take this thing for granted. Our education has been solid, and you find Kenyans everywhere.
Yes, because
we are educated. Now, to illustrate my point,
10 seconds, we're out of time.
What are we doing with our education? What are we actually doing with our education?
Good question.
We are messing it up.
Professor, I honestly invite you to come back so we can continue with this conversation. We are terribly out of time. I'll be sanctioned if I continue with this conversation, but thank you so much for making time and for being here with us this particular morning. Folks, don't go too far.
Thank you very much, Paul.
We will be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning. I'm Soki Brenda. Elgeyo Marakwet County Governor Wesley Rotich says the plan to relocate families from high-risk zones in Chesongoch will finally be formalized. Governor Rotich says the process can no longer be delayed. He spoke during a visit to the community affected by the recent landslide. 8 people are still missing after the incident, which claimed the lives of more than 30 residents.
This disaster has really opened our eyes on the danger that we are all in, and we are hopeful that we have suggested that to the national government. I am going shortly after the funeral, I'm going to do a formal request to my county assembly. The county assembly will pass, and then we will do a formal assembly to petition to the National Assembly and Senate. And of course, we have also written to the ministry, we will write to the ministry directly so that the cabinet secretary can actually have a table a cabinet memo in cabinet to propose, if possible, we move, especially those in the most dangerous areas.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has cautioned anyone intending to disrupt the upcoming by-elections. Speaking in Marsabit County, The CS said the government will not permit any form of insecurity and is prepared to take decisive action against those who attempt to stir chaos. He urged all candidates to run peaceful campaigns and avoid any acts of violence ahead of the November 27th polls.
Huko sehemu ya Kasipul, MCS wa sehemu mbalimbali kwa by elections zinakuja kwa wiki mbili ambayo iko mbele yetu. Ninawaomba tufuate sheria na tunahakikisha ya kwamba kila mmoja apewe nafasi kufanya kampeni kwa njia ya amani. Watu wauze sera zao na mwishowe sisi wote tukishapika kura, mwenye atashinda ni yule ambaye ako na sera ambayo wananchi wamekubali.
And Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has warned political leaders to avoid reckless statements that could undermine the country's unity and stability. He noted that President William Ruto has ensured all regions are represented in the national development agenda, saying the head of state needs support and prayers rather than needless criticism. Kindiki delivered the remarks during a church service in Nandi County on Sunday.
Kwa wale ambao ni viongozi, tuchunge sana matamshi yetu. Mheshimiwa Rais amefanya bidii sana kuhimiza na kuleta umoja wa taifa letu la Kenya. Kama kiongozi wetu amefanya bidii kuhakikisha kila sehemu ya Kenya wanajisikia wao ni sehemu ya maana ya Kenya, isipokuwa mtu amezaliwa wapi, ni wa kabila gani, ni wa dini gani, ni wa rangi gani.
And moving on, more than 31,000 cases of sexual and gender-based violence were reported in Kenyan courts in the 2024-2025 financial year. A new report from the National Council on the Administration of Justice shows that 31,460 cases were filed, a slight drop from the over 32,900 cases recorded the previous year. 9 counties each recorded over 1,000 cases, highlighting where the burden of gender-based violence remains highest. These counties are Nairobi, Meru, Kiambu, Nakuru, Machakos, Kisumu, Kisii, Kakamega, and Bungoma. And elsewhere, a man has been arrested in connection with a deadly car bomb attack that killed 8 people and wounded 20 others in New Delhi, India last week, authorities have said. The National Investigation Agency said the car used in the attack, which the government has called a terrorist incident, was registered in the arrested suspect's name. They have accused him of conspiring with the alleged suicide bomber. The suspect was a resident of Indian-administered Kashmir, authorities say. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Soki Brenda.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Hosts Kenya Lionesses fell 22-0 to South Africa as the Springboks lifted their record, extending 10th Rugby Africa Women's Sevens title. The match was played at the RFUA grounds in Nairobi on Sunday afternoon. Lionesses were eyeing their second Africa Women's Sevens crown, following their maiden glory in the 2018 edition, but the South Africans proved the better side. Meanwhile, Uganda's Lady Cranes claimed the bronze medal with a strong 33-12 win over Madagascar. Bruno Fernandes and João Neves both scored hat-tricks as Portugal secured the place at the 2026 World Cup in an emphatic fashion by hammering Armenia 9-1. A surprise loss to the Republic of Ireland in the last match, during which captain Cristiano Ronaldo was sent off, meant they needed to win on Sunday to be assured of qualification. They made the ideal start when Renato Veiga headed home early on following a free kick by Manchester United midfielder Fernandes. And that's your sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. It is now 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. We are having a conversation, or we're going to be having a conversation around the Tower of Babel. And I know you're wondering which tower is this. And Professor mentioned it in the previous hour. City, a very good morning. You look like you're deep in thought. What's not happening?
Actually, I'm deep in thought. It's what we're discussing.
Yes.
And how it is, we need to discuss it more.
Right.
Because any conversation we have in this country that involves politics, it's never an honest conversation. No. It starts by being biased. It's skewed in one direction even as it goes on.
Okay.
And it gets even more skewed. In fact, it becomes circumlocucious when you now bring in a politician.
Okay.
Because somebody can be here for an hour, even two. And when you analyze what you've discussed, this person has actually told you very little. Beyond repeating the rhetoric that you keep hearing over and over and over.
Yes.
And then the focus is on the political affiliation that they belong to and the benefits. And those benefits have to do with how badly this current government is doing.
Yes.
And how they hope to do better by changing policies. When it is spoken of, it sounds very good. Then you wonder, what on earth is this person talking about really?
You know what tends to happen in the Kenyan political space?
Yes.
Depending on where you are seated, you speak the truth. You can be rewarded, and you've got a very, a solid political trajectory.
Right.
And then sometimes you speak the truth, then you can be penalized. But probability of being penalized for speaking the truth is always very high. That is why, as the city has indicated, people are essentially working on broken eggshells, especially the politicians.
Yes.
Because as you're having this conversation, probably your party leader is watching, or his handlers are paying attention, and as soon as you are done, boss, ulikuwa unasema nini hapo ya RG? And then you land yourself in trouble.
Actually,
and it's not limited
right.
to Kenya. I mean, like, if you've been following the US politics the last few days,
there
is Donald Trump, with the MAGA support, and then there's that lady called Marjorie Greene.
Yes.
Who has taken now a divergent position from from what she's been saying before.
And Trump actually has withdrawn his support for her.
Yeah, and Trump has said, I'm not sure whether I'm going to support her anymore.
But it's because she's been insisting on these Epstein files. Imefika mahali sasa Trump anasema, let this thing go, bana.
Like she's going to be penalized kwa kuongea ukweli.
Yeah, and you're right, because I've seen here in this studio once in a while where there are certain people we host, and midway the conversation, unaona conversation na change because an SMS imeingia and you can tell someone has been told
the experience at Damascus moment.
Your direction umechukua achana nayo, so it's kawaida.
So maybe you should encourage your wageni wenu kuacha simu kwa reception.
Sindio?
If you want to have a honest conversation.
Sindio?
Yes.
First of all, welcome Dismas Mukua. That is Dismas Mukua. Of course, he's a very good friend of this show. I want to read a couple of comments here which are germane to the conversation we're just about to have. So if you allow me, let me just start with Emmanuel Templar. Amesema, I once saw a clip of Winnie Odinga saying all she knows is politics. Seriously, she is obviously she would be okay, hapa ni typo, but I'll read it as it is. She is obviously a nobody if it wasn't for her father's name and appointing her as Yala MP. Politics isn't career. My take says, if ODM breaks, it will be because of these people. Winnie, Ruth, Orengo, Sifuna, Babu. They seem to be hell-bent on taking ODM to a certain direction which most ODM members are not comfortable with. Benedict Magero giving Professor his flowers. Today Professor Omenya is dispensing wisdom. Well, then there's who else? Let me see. I don't want to repeat the same folks. Sonet anasema, hello City and Movie, Ed9 Radio Generation. Well, Sonet, a very good morning to you. So we're here to talk about basically ODM and if the center will hold. I'm sure, I don't know if you've had the chance to take a look at this morning papers. They're all talking about ODM at 20 and some of the things that were said by Winnie Odinga, Babu Owino and Sifuna and the very many leaders who spoke in Mombasa or rather in the coast. what's your take as far as ODM is concerned? Will the center hold?
Will the center hold? That is actually assuming that there's a center. Yes.
Okay.
But when you look at Mr. Raila Odinga and ODM and the conversations we've had the last couple of days, it means that, and in my community, we're not supposed to discuss the people who've passed on, but it's very clear there was no succession strategy or plan within ODM. And Raila was the ODM, and ODM
You're saying
was
there was
Raila
no
Odinga.
Apparent, or there was no strategy?
There was no succession planning
process.
How do we know this?
Or if there was a plan or a strategy, then it would have been seamless. Right now, every person within ODM is stating a party position. All the elected leaders, they're stating a party position. You would expect in a more structured setup or corporate setup or political setup that it's a seamless transition. That if the party leader exited, then the deputy party leader obviously takes charge. But for ODM, you've got so many party leaders, 3 of them, and it appears there's no senior among those 3 who can take over. That is number one. And then number 2, everybody, it appears now, had a phobia, or they liked Mr. Raila Odinga, because again, he was the only person who had capacity to dispense a pleasure and inflict pain. Actually, and this is not limited to the political space. We've had a number of religious and church leaders in their sermons recently. The way they were preaching, they would have never, ever delivered those sermons if Mr. Raila Odinga were alive. Even the messages you saw yesterday coming, the day before yesterday from Mombasa, all of them were not coordinated. Again, that shows you that Raila coordinated his messaging. But the day before yesterday, people were pulling in different directions, and everybody claiming that they've had a word with Raila Odinga before he passed on. And in my view, there's a very high probability that ODM disintegrates into 3 political parties, or maybe it's going to have 3 factions. There's one group which keeps on going to the top of Mount Kenya and saying, Baba alituacha kwa broad-based administration. Obviously, then you have cabinet ministers like Mbadi, Joe, and Oparanya, as well as
Opio.
And Opio, yes, as well as Gladys Wanga, Junet Mohamed were saying that it was Baba's intention that we stay in broad-based till 2027, and in 2027 we are going to review whether or not we've got capacity to form a government, or we are going to be within a coalition. And they said that if indeed you respected Baba's views, and if you want his legacy to live on, ametuacha hapa kwa chama, and that is what we must follow.
Is it possible, Mukua, that there was actually a succession, what is it called, like a will of sorts, but they are just not going to follow it because now it's free for all?
Well, if there was I don't know whether to call it a will in the political space, but if there was a plan, then it should have been made public, and it should have been executed immediately upon his demise. But again, you realize majority of political party leaders in Africa do not want to have a succession plan because they want to be the plan. They know that at the moment you identify somebody who is likely to succeed, then they may end up becoming lame ducks, and then power will shift to the deputy. I mean, if you go to most countries in Africa, or even when you look at our deputy governors, for some reason, the governor will ensure that the person who is going to be is a deputy is a weak person. Somebody who may not necessarily have capacity to take over as the president, to take over as a governor. You can even talk about the presidents today.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to have a weak deputy. I mean, in some countries, like for instance, would you be knowing who is the deputy president in Uganda?
We rarely hear of him.
Yeah, because...
sorry.
Yeah. Because now people want to have,
and they also have a prime minister, right?
Yes, they do.
We rarely hear of him as well.
Yeah,
and several deputies.
It could be her. Well, the speaker, the speaker is her. Yeah. So it's a strategy because they know the moment you have a very clear plan, then people may start shifting alliances, and before you realize your deputy becomes very strong, and they've taken over the show. Again, another tragedy we have is with political parties in Kenya. All the people who've been holding office within ODM did it at the pleasure of Mr. Raila Odinga. ODM has never had an election, so that the people who are holding office, they're there because of the ODM rank and file. In other parties like ANC or CCM, you have elections and the people holding office are there because of the members. But here in
vote.
yeah, I mean, people have gone to a national delegates conference, whatever it is, and they voted. But the obtaining situation for ODM, everybody who is occupying a national leadership position, it's because of Raila Odinga and all those committees. So in as much as they say there were institutions that supported democracy within ODM, there were no institutions, because who are you to go against Baba's will?
Yeah.
If you go against Baba's will, you'll be punished. And in my view, those people who claim that they respect Baba's legacy and intention is the one we are told that who had a conversation with President Ruto. Then they came up with a 10-point agenda, which is what has been guiding them. And in my view, that is what should make them take a decision. But right now, ODM is faced with, I mean, they've got a tough decision.
Yes.
Mombasa, the people are saying, are we going to be a party known for our street credentials? That wherever we don't accept an issue, we go back to the streets? There seems to be one faction which says that is an option which must always be on the table.
Yeah.
Then there's another one which is saying that the only reason why ODM does exist, in fact, one said it's not an NGO, is to secure political power. And this political power can be secured either through forming government or being part of a coalition. And then a gentleman by the name Sam Atandi, who is emerging as a strong voice within ODM, he comes up and he says, in his assessment, there's nobody within ODM today who's got capacity and competence to run for the presidency. So it appears that he's supporting President Ruto for a second term. And that appears to be the position taken by the ODM experts.
Do you agree with Atandi, though?
I mean, right now, getting somebody from ODM who's got capacity and competence to take on President Ruto is a tall order. One, I'm persuaded by his logic. You know,
what is this that President Ruto has that anyone who goes against him will need to have?
A national appeal.
Yeah, and even before you go to the national appeal, as it is suggested, if you are, I think any Kenyan of sound mind, you know, the constitutional framework about who can run for president, anybody can, literally.
Even you can run for president.
Yeah, for president, yeah. But do you have the requisite infrastructure? And infrastructure here, the first thing is whether you've got a national brand, whether that brand can create both emotional and rational connection with voters. There are people who would vote for Ruto. Actually, let's use Raila Odinga.
Yes.
There are people who would vote for Raila Odinga as a president for emotional connection.
Okay.
They just like Baba because he created an emotional connection. And then the others who voted for Raila Odinga because of a rational connection. They've gone through the manifesto. They say, okay, this manifesto, it's got very good ideas that we can run with. But majority of people, especially in the third world, it's all emotional.
Okay.
That we come from the same village. My name is Onyango, and I come from Bondo, so you Mutwetu, or whether from Meru. And so they don't vote around ideas. Now, for Ruto, you recall during the last election, he was swimming against the tide. At that stage, Oburu Odinga said, we've got the state. What else do we need to win to secure the presidency? They knew they had it in the bag. But outside having the national brand recognition, then he also got a grassroots infrastructure across the nation.
Yes.
Now, there's nobody within ODM, as we speak, who commands that respect. Part of the reason why the meeting in Mombasa was chaotic, and everybody was reading, I think there were 1 million hymn books, and everybody was just doing his bit, is because there's nobody who can call the house to order.
Okay.
When you watch President Ruto's rallies, and people are given the opportunity to speak, all statements are coordinated. There's a very clear line of thinking.
Yes.
So the first speaker makes a point. The second will buttress. The third will, support it. There's a very clear theme.
So it's choreographed.
Yeah. And if you go out of the script, then you'll be punished. You may even miss an helicopter ride.
I have a question. And the reason I was asking you, what would this individual need to have so that they can, go head to head with President Ruto? And you've answered me. So let me pick a random person. Edwin Sifuna, the senator for Nairobi. If between now and the election date, he goes around the country campaigning, and the ODM party rallies behind him, and they say, man, in a broad-based, you know what, to hell with it. Let's focus on this one individual. And I've picked up Sifuna. We could put anyone in that position, but let me take Sifuna for now. Is it possible for them to actually capture that power?
No. And Sitya said no, and
he didn't even think about it.
Yeah, he didn't think about it. But I wanted to break it down from starting from.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing called ODM party in the absence of Raila Odinga.
Okay.
People followed Raila Odinga wherever he was. Ford Kenya, NDP, LDP, wherever he goes, people were following this gentleman called the Enigma, Raila Odinga.
Agwambo.
So people are following him. It's not like, say, in the US or in the UK where you say, okay, we are Labour, we are Conservatives, you are Republican. So, you know, there's no rallying idea for ODM. People are rallying around Raila Odinga.
So you're saying that they did not have an ideology. The ideology was Raila.
If there was an ideology, the ideology was Raila Odinga. And in Kenya, we don't have ideologies. When you look at all these political parties and you look at their manifestos, I think the manifestos, all of them were authored by Professor Anyang' Nyong'o and company long time ago. And the people keep on taking the manifestos and...
Even the oldest party, KANU.
Well, KANU is not part of the conversation at this stage.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying now when we go to multi-party politics,
yes.
I mean, I'm sure you are aware that when most of these political parties are launching their manifestos, 99.9% of the party membership get to socialize with the party manifesto on that evening when it's been launched. Yeah. I mean, during the last campaigns for Kenya Kwanza, they went country-wide and they had country fora. So people presented the ideas. That's when you would say that there was an element of public participation in crafting the manifesto. However, for most political parties, the party leaders got a presidential campaign secretariat where they assemble what they refer to as public intellectuals, subject matter experts, to come up with the ideas. In fact, during the launch of some of those manifestos, some of the party leaders have no idea of the content in that manifesto. And you recall during, I don't remember whether it was NASA or CORD, they were launching the manifesto, and there were about 3 different versions of manifestos. Yeah, there was one version, there was another second version, and there was another version. And then it emerged that special purpose vehicles or cartels had inserted a number of projects. So that this is the promise you're making to the nation, that we are going to have this kind of infrastructure. So that now when they win office, then they can go to the party leader and say, Mr. President, you promised Kenyans that you are going to do X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
We have put together resources to finance this. So nobody was rallying around an idea. That is why people should pay attention to what Samatandi is saying. That right now as it is, well, technically speaking, any member of ODM will run.
But let me ask you again, Dismas. There is... City here reminded me that in 2002, when President Kibaki won the presidency, literally it was at the 11th hour when they met somewhere. I think it was at Serena. They really didn't agree, and then they found themselves at Uhuru Park, and then Raila at the time said siata Kibaki ametosha, and that's how Kibaki ended up being the running mate, and that rather not running mate but presidential candidate, and that's how he eventually became president of the republic. Again, borrowing from that, looking at what is happening in ODM right now, is it not possible that there can be a similar moment where, yes, there's a lot of confusion right now. Yes, we are not seeing that, individual that figurehead that can actually embody what Raila was. But is it not possible that we can have another Flani Tosha, and then komsa that person becomes the person?
Yeah, you successfully compared apples and pies. First of all, you cannot compare former President Kibaki with anybody within the ODM infrastructure apart from Raila Odinga. You recall Kibaki was Minister for Health, was Minister for Planning, was a Vice President, and he was a national brand. And in a good part, the nation liked his intellectual infrastructure, and they knew this somebody would take the nation to the next level, and he was referred to as...
Is that why he had lost the elections that he had before? Because of all these wonderful qualities?
Yeah, because he was. I don't remember exactly it's pronounced in his mother tongue. There is a man who sat on the fence. He never took any hard position, and I had the privilege of covering him when I was a cab reporter. So you present any issues around economics or business, he discusses it into detail. And don't forget that at that stage, people said they were sick and tired of President Moi's administration. So essentially, they wanted to.
You wanted to change.
Yeah, they wanted him out. And you remember that election had a very high turnout, and Kibaki got a very impressive vote. So anybody going to the ballots knew who Kibaki is, and Kibaki was already a national institution. So people knew who this gentleman is.
Yeah,
He's been around the block for a while, and also.
But this must there are other people who were also around the block for a while. There was Simeon Nyachae, there was Professor Saitoti, there was Gilu, Kalonzo was there. Yeah, I mean, but anyway, continue.
Yeah, so that is the first thing. And then number two, there's now nobody who's going to say Kibaki Tosha within the ODM framework or need any political party in Kenya. Because you see, this is a thing called Kibaki Tosha. The only person, again, who had that capacity is Mr. Raila Odinga. So, while we are told in politics is the art of the possible, many things can happen. There's so many probabilities, there's so many permutations and combinations. But as we have this conversation, probability of that happening is almost zero.
Yeah.
Why I mentioned the two times Kibaki lost, 92 and 97, is this. See, there are events that took place from 97 that at that point in time catapulted Raila to a position that very few people had actually had in the country. Because when he left Kano, it is said, and was witnessed, many other people also left. It was framed he left with these people, but they left.
He created a bandwagon effect.
Yes. Now, there are those who have various theories as to whether it was Moi's selection of Uhuru that they protested against, whatever the reasons were. But he was seen as the band leader of that particular movement. So his popularity was at an all-time high. Because ask yourself this simple question. How is it that somebody can come to a rally and say, Kibaki, ata Kibaki natosha ama Kibaki tosha, and people resonate with it? How? How does that happen?
Yep.
It means his voice at that point in time in history was listened to and trusted. At that point in time in history. Now, there are those who argue that perhaps had he himself stood for the presidency, that is perhaps the best opportunity he actually ever had for being president. Because his popularity was right up there. Moi had suffered the problem of having been in power for too long.
24 years.
People were actually tired. It's not that he had done anything fantastically wrong at that point in time, but 24 years people figured it was a long time.
Perhaps Raila at the time considered Kibaki at the time to probably have been his political senior because he had been vice president at one point and said, maybe wacha nimpatie nafasi ya kuwa president, then tapata yangu.
When such things happen, there are agreements that people have arrived at.
Yeah, behind the scenes conversation.
Yes, I am not privy to any of those things. The only thing that was in the public domain was that Raila had been promised the position of prime minister.
Or in 2002?
Yes.
There was an MOU signed.
Oh yeah, because there were conversations about the MOU.
And part of the problem and why he left was that the people within that particular government decided they're not going to honor the MOU. So he walked away.
Yeah, and also Simon Nyachae also had valid expectations that in fact he was going to be the Tosha candidate.
Yeah.
And when
he had very valid expectations, not just valid, very valid expectations.
When they went to Uhuru Park, did he think he was the Tosha candidate?
Actually, it was his rally.
Okay.
It was Nyachae's rally.
Also, they went to Nyachae's rally.
Yes.
And then they usurped that. Okay.
There's a right now they're working on
it's
the infrastructure.
Blurry, but
they're working on the infrastructure, but it's a short distance between the 5-star hotel and Uhuru Park.
It was a walking distance.
It was a walking distance.
Cross the road.
No,
you just cross the road.
Yes.
So when these people were leaving Serena, at the back of his mind, Nyachae knew that it was going to be
Nyachae
Tosha. He was rubbing his hands with glee and waiting for that moment. So when Mr. Raila Odinga pronounced himself, I suspect Nyachae broke into a sweat, and he was in a state of shock.
He broke into more than a sweat.
And then
be kind.
No, I am being factual. I'm not being facetious.
Okay.
Because under those circumstances, I mean, frankly, how would you feel?
Because you see now your frame of mind, you put your assets, resources, knowing you are going to wage a presidential campaign.
Yeah.
After Uhuru Park, now you're putting together your presidential campaign team, secretariat. You already had several political parties dancing to his drum beats. And when Mr. Odinga made the pronouncement, all hell broke loose. But Nyachai said, I must still run for president.
Yeah.
And he went ahead. He had a very poor performance. And he left office with an egg on his face.
I wonder the kind of presidency he would have had Honorable Nyachai gotten to that place. Anyway,
yeah, if you look at his history, being a former provincial administrator and the way these people run the systems, because one would argue that Nyachai understood Kenya like the back of his hand, having started from the lowest rank as I think a cab DO and going all the way becoming the head of the public service. He was a provincial commissioner, he was minister for finance, so he knew Kenya like the back of his hand. In my view, would have done a stellar job, and probably Kenya would have had an entirely different trajectory. Because when you look at some people, not necessarily his peers, but our colleagues like the late Mishuki, whichever docket Mishuki was given to handle, even if Mishuki was given a ministry without portfolio,
he delivered.
He would still deliver. When he was in transport, he delivered solid reforms. When he was in environment, he delivered solid reforms. So I suspect Nyachai would have done a very good job, and which is the reason maybe why we should be encouraging people, especially people who have served in the provincial administration, to run for political office, although I'm not sure whether Natembe is a good example.
Why?
He seems to be stepping on the toes of everybody and blaming everybody else apart from himself for his current turbulence and position.
Well, is that not what we call playing politics?
Is he doing that perhaps because of, number one, the democratic space that has been allowed within political parties nowadays? But also, again, I want to go back to something you've said in terms of the crop of politicians we had at the time. You've mentioned President Kibaki, we've talked about Mishuki, we've talked about Simon Nyachai. And when you look at all those individuals, they come from a certain era where things were done a certain way. Because perhaps the reason even why people would praise President Kibaki to an extent is because he came from an era where those politicians knew what they were doing and they knew what had to be done for them to deliver. But when you look at the other politicians that came after them, there have been problems, and very many problems at that.
Well, in my view, the biggest challenge or what is missing is character. Our early politicians and public servants of rank had character. They were aligned to our national and public interests, and they were literally serving Mura, Alima, or Wanjiru. They were very keen in taking Kenya to the next level.
They were nationalists.
Yeah. Look at somebody like Dr. Z. Tionyonka, whose son is the Kisii senator. Look at Gekonyo Kiano. Look at Tom Mboya. People even without much education, but they came up with the sessional papers, although Kenyans blame, the parts of Kenya which blame Tom Mboya for that sessional paper. But they set Kenya on a very solid trajectory. Now, majority of the leaders we have today, public servants of rank, they consider their offices or they consider political power as a factor of production. You'd recall that before Aringo came in and they made reforms at the National Assembly, one would actually say that MPs used to literally earn peanuts. Yeah, they used to earn peanuts, but they still served the nation. But today, our elected leaders earn big obscene salaries. I understand that what a governor in Kenya is paid, I saw a publication somewhere, it's much higher if you do a statistical comparison with governors in the US. When you look at the kind of benefits you give to the members of the National Assembly. When you look at the facilities they enjoy. If you go to the National Assembly right now, there's even no space for parking. Yeah, the top of the range vehicles, the allowances they give themselves, the kind of largesse they enjoy, the kind of benchmarking trips they enjoy. They do everything they're not supposed to do. And then they come and say, then they ask all the Kenyans to tighten their belts. Yet wenyewe they're not doing that. But when you had those MPs in the past, with the kind of compensation they got, but they still took Kenyans to the next level. Then when you watched or listened to debates in the National Assembly, you were actually glued. Because when Paul Mwite is speaking, you want to absorb everything.
Yeah.
When Orengo is speaking, you want to absorb everything. When Kiraitu Murungi is speaking, you want to... Even when Raila Odinga is answering, at some stage, we had the Prime Minister's question time, you want to absorb everything. But right now, majority of these guys... you begin to wonder whether they actually pay attention to what is happening at the National Assembly.
You're right, because even Professor Saitoti, again, that group of politicians, those guys, you could tell, I will borrow your word, they were nationalists.
They were nationalists.
Yeah.
If you look at even their thinking and the way they went about things, they even had an unwritten code about how much you should take as a bribe. It barely went beyond 20%. And the 20% was as a fact of what was already done and finished.
Yeah.
Not these ones where they take the money at source.
And nothing happens. Everything stalls.
Let me tell you, what we're calling corruption is a direct tax on development. And it's a tax that deprives us of all these governance things that we require, whether it's education, whether it is health, all security. That corruption is that tax. Everything that should represent development is hampered because of it. And it's taken.
You remember a few days ago, an MP admitted that with as little as 10,000 Kenyan shillings in a khaki envelope, an MP would change his position on a motion or on how they are going to vote. The President of the Republic of Kenya, the head of state and the head of government, has admitted in public that it is corruption domiciled within the National Assembly.
That people take bribes.
Yeah, within the National Assembly. Now, if you break down that statement, then it means that there's a very high chance that Kenya may lose its sovereignty status, because all you need is somebody with enough money to come and bribe our elected leaders. So you can have a cartel, you can have special interest groups who are not members of the National Assembly or Senate, influencing the way you're passing your legislation, influencing the way representation is done in Kenya, and influencing oversight.
There was a scandal actually a couple of years ago, and this happened during the Uhuru government, where there was a big biotech firm that came here, took our MPs to Coastal, paid them I don't know how much money to pass certain bills to do with GMO. And for me, when I heard that, because if a company that is worth billions, whose owners are billionaires themselves, can come and decide if our MPs can be bought for 10,000 bob, imagine what they would do for 1 million bob each. And for such a company giving our 290 plus MPs 1 million bob each, that is very little money for them, because that's close to a drop of water in the ocean.
You don't need to give all 290.
Yes, there are specific ones that you will need to give, but let's assume it's all of them. So they're about,
for purposes of equity.
For the sake of this mathematics also.
So if you 270 million.
Let's talk about 290 them plus the nominated ones here and there.
So kila mtu anapewa.
The women rep. So let's even put it at 400 million. If you give 400, because there are those who will give more than the others. If we're talking about 400 million Kenya shillings, that is about 4 million USD. Actually, less than 4 million USD. For a billionaire, that is a drop in the ocean.
And that is what we've been saying times above number. That outside capacity and competence, look at the character. There's a gentleman from my neck of the hood, Dr. Protas Kebat Mumanyi, who served as an MP and a minister. And for the longest time, he had an old but well-maintained Volvo. But when folks used to see him drive around this battered Volvo, I mean a Volvo that I've seen better days, they look at him and they sneer. They say, what's wrong with this fella? This guy was an MP.
Yeah.
This guy was a minister. But look at the kind of vehicle he's driving. But he had said he was going to stick to the straight and narrow. Sometimes the expectations from society that when you become a PS or a cabinet secretary, people actually expect you to go and manipulate numbers in Nairobi. People expect you to go and steal.
People expect you to be a thief.
Yeah, people expect you to come back with loads. Because you remember when Professor Saitoti, understand when he became a minister, he used to drive a Peugeot, I think 504.
This
But
is
you
now
see-
Professor Saitoti.
Yeah, but now if you leave office with that kind of a car, then people will begin to ask questions whether or not this guy akona akili. What's wrong with him?
A good
That is
example.
why people say that they've gone to Nairobi to make money. They're making money. They're not harnessing the factors of production. Yeah, they're making money. They're not harnessing factors of production.
A good example is when Senator Okiya Mtata recently had an accident sometime either early this year or towards the late last year, and people discovered that he was driving a Nissan Advan, a vehicle that costs less than $1 million bob. People were shocked that a whole senator anafanya nini na Nissan Advan, and I was like, what is the problem?
Where do you think that particular mindset was incubated, and where do you think it then got developed? Where at what point in our history did we become these people who expect the people we have elected to steal the money we have elected them to protect, and that we actually expect them to exhibit their theft in these gory things that they do, the travel, what they talk about, what they drive, what they build? When did we take this turn? Because we take this turn, we seem to look for it, we seem to praise, then we complain about it. How confused are we?
Very confused. Very.
And also, if you're an elected leader, then you go back to the village and people come and they want to listen to your speech you're holding, coach with people. If you don't give them a coin, they will yawn. As David Maraga was surprised a few days ago, that is called Fox in Mombasa, and he's discussing his manifesto. But really, people are not paying attention to what you are talking about, because they come, they expect tea and biscuits and mandazi, and then on their way home, they expect you to give them fare. But he comes and he talks to them, and people are just yawning away.
He did a good thing, and more leaders should do precisely that, because this vicious cycle of chasing our tail, it's like, it is not a good thing. It is not a good thing. We are actually losing the gains we've made all these years with this nonsensical culture that we seem to be willing to die for. Because we are no longer looking for people who genuinely can bring about the change that we want. It's like somebody went and cursed us, or we've become demented. You're looking for someone whom you know from the get-go, this person is not going to do anything. You know and you can see. And then you're justified by saying, they never do anything anyway, so let me get up front. How much is going to give you? Does it even get to 1,000? And when you get 1,000, how long does it last? I mean, there's a certain madness that we have assumed as the normal way of thinking in this country. It'll be our doom. Because unless we get out of this trance that we are in, where we are constantly manufacturing and encouraging a system that is causing us more harm than we can imagine, how can you be happy to be put in a bus to go to a place you've never been to before because someone's going to give you 1,000 shillings? How long can 1,000 shillings last? Meaning we've given up to that stage where we no longer care, so we will just, it's okay, and then we'll still go and vote. Surely something is drastically wrong here.
And that is why I keep on wondering, when we organize presidential debates, or even debates for elected, people who are running for positions, there's a general assumption that after that debate, you're going to move voters in a particular direction. It now appears that all these debates are no more useful than publicity events. Because you can have a presidential candidate, he will come and he will present very sexy ideas. But if he has not mobilized using the tribal infrastructure, if he doesn't have financial resources, you can have all the best ideas in the world, but nobody is going to pay attention. You even recall at some stage, I think President Kenyatta gave a presidential debate a white bath, and people expected he was going to be penalized. But guess what his supporters said? That debate is a waste of time. Why do you want to expose our candidates? But I decided to go, they would have said, that is a wise move. Let him go and teach people a lesson. So for us, we are going to vote for people informed by the Stockholm syndrome, that we are falling in love with our captors, or there's the wabi-sabi Japanese philosophy, that we find beauty in imperfections. So we say, huyu jamaa wanasema aliba lakini huyu ni mwizi wetu. Huyu alisema huyu bado ni wetu. And in my view, if we do not embrace meritocracy, then it's going to be a complete waste of time. when some of these young men or women come to Nairobi, then they are said to have made money. They go back to their churches in the villages. The religious leaders, when they see this kind of persons coming in, they give them ile kiti ya huko mbele kabisa. And they say this young man who left the village 1 or 2 years ago, he has come to Nairobi and he has come back with blessings. And amepatiwa baraka.
Yeah.
And these are the guys now you give a political office.
I once met former finance minister Francis Masahalia.
Yuko hada.
He was coming to, I was at Kenya Broadcasting at the time, visiting my mother. So I was waiting at the waiting area before I'm allowed in. And Francis was coming in to, alikuwa analeta matangazo ya kifo. First of all, he was dropped with a very modest vehicle. I think it was a Toyota Field or something at the time. He came, gave his whatever he was given, paid for matangazo, and said a few good mornings to the people who were there, and he left. And I looked at him and I was like, this is a former cabinet minister.
Not just a cabinet minister, finance.
Exactly, finance.
He has the yam and knife.
Yes.
Or rather, he had the yam and knife.
But the humility, he just came in. Again, going back to the crop that we were talking about, the crops of Akina Professor Saitoti and the Kibakis of this world and the Mishukis. And we do not have that right now. And even the way we politic, the way we speak to the crowds is no longer the same. You've mentioned about giving people 1,000 bob so that they can come to a rally. On Friday, I think it was, or the day before, we were with Mheshimiwa Robert Mbui, and one thing he was saying is that people are hoarded nowadays in buses to come to rallies because people in the villages where politicians actually go, number one, they don't even have the energy to be at the rally. Wamechoka ama wako na njaa ama they have better things to do in their farms. So for the people who are ferried from all these different locations to come and witness and clap for the politicians, what can be said about them? Because number one, if you're going to offer someone who's jobless, and we know right now people are extremely jobless in this country, 1,000 bob, that is 1,000 bob they didn't have, and this is an opportunity for them to make the money.
You know, that conversation should not start with why. The conversation should start with the why it is they're in that position where they do not have that 1,000 bob. That's where the conversation is. Because if you're talking about a rural economy, there was a time when these subsistence farmers, who are our grandparents and some of our parents, could feed themselves. They actually fed themselves. They to the point where when you visited, you were given food to go back home with. They fed themselves. What they needed money for was probably sugar, salt, and a few things. But they literally fed themselves and fed some of us who lived in town. Now, the subsistence farmer simply needed to be encouraged to do better. Something went wrong when we brought in certain cash crops because, again, it may have interfered with that subsistence farming, but in many places where the government had a settlement scheme, it did not. Because the settlement schemes were organized so that there was a place where you could do a subsistence farming and there was a place where you could do your commercial farming. Okay? People were able to take children to school and do the very things. Very many people who you now find in towns and who went to school, their parents were farmers. They were not civil servants.
And also for any leader, they should be really very worried and get concerned when they're able to get such a huge crowd, a huge turnout on a weekday, Monday through Friday. Like today, if you go to any part of Kenya and you get a huge crowd, if you're an elected leader, then it should bother you that in fact your policies have failed. Because if you come, say, from a place where they grow tea or coffee, I doubt whether a farmer will abandon his duty to go and pick tea and come and listen to you for 1,000 bob. That, in my view, is a manifestation of a policy failure, and there are no two ways about it. But again, it's the same politicians who encourage this dependency syndrome because they know a voter who is empowered will have urgency to take very, very critical decisions and engage in critical thinking. For instance, we've posted this question before. We understand Lake Victoria is there's fresh water in that lake.
Yep.
It's got some of the best fish in the world. How come that fish is not sold in the European Union markets, in the UK, in US? Because if we empower the fish farmers around Lake Victoria, they have more money. They start watching DSTV and reading Financial Times and Economist. There's a very high chance that they'll become critical thinkers, and they will not entertain
mediocre politics.
Yeah, mediocre politics. Now, can you imagine when somebody wakes up in the morning to go and engage in fish farming or looking for fish? They come in the evening with their stock, but they're not able to keep the stock anywhere. So you have to sell everything. If you don't sell everything, the fish goes to waste. And then you wake up the following day and you repeat that cycle. And we are told that is the reason why there's incidences of HIV and, sexually transmitted diseases. Because now there's some women who are waiting. They know that these guys have gone fishing. In the evening, they'll come with a bumper harvest, and they don't know what to do with the fish. But can you imagine if both the national and county governments had basic refrigeration facilities so that when you come with the fish, you can keep it somewhere? For the longest time, fish from Lake Victoria used to be processed in Thika. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Fish from around Lake Victoria used to be processed in Thika. Why? If you don't dance to the drum beats of the political leaders, they will not allow you to invest in these fish infrastructure. And also people know that at the moment you get people who are empowered, they will not swallow
they will not sing to your tune.
Yeah, they will not. And that's not just limited to around the lake, it's all over. So some of these politicians are in fact very happy to maintain the status quo because that is how you manipulate people. Now, some people have made an industry of this. If you go to every shopping center in Kenya, there's a guy who refers to himself as the mobilizer ama as the chairman. So namwambia unaweza leta watu wangapi? Anakuambia mimi naweza kuletea
watu so
100. Watu so ama 1000 and then they've got a rate. Every person has got a rate. So you agree, it will mobilize the people. They'll get into a school bus painted yellow and then they'll be given something in the morning. I mean, there's the first installment in the morning and then function ikisha jioni, then they get the balance.
Mkipiga makofi ya kutosha.
Yeah. So there even because of participating in the electoral process, there are people with specific tasks. Kuna wenye wanakuja na billboard, kuna kazi yao ni kupiga makofi, kuna nini. So
there are those who are supposed to boo your opponent. And vice versa, they will also bring people to boo this opponent.
Now, those are the hooligans now.
No.
Not necessarily hooligans.
No. Hooligans, those are a different cadre.
The
people who rain violence, those are specialists. That is the area of speciality. Okay? They are the singers, they're the people who boo, they're the hecklers. When he says, it is an industry.
Proper division of labor.
Yes, it is. Your job is to do this.
You remember Kalonzo at some stage he was addressing a rally in Mombasa and he was booed. So these things are never ever spontaneous. I mean, like for instance, if you want
they're
to create,
spontaneously organized.
Yeah, if you want to create a perception that you become very solid, you are very popular, when you're going to address a rally, before arrival, you'll have about 200 boys. So when you're getting out of your car, all of them are struggling as if they want to talk to you, they want to touch you, but they've been given a brief. For the unsuspecting voter back in the village, they'll say, hey, huyu mbuvi siku hizi amekuwa very powerful, is very popular, but all those guys are on your payroll. I've seen a number of these politicians, they even get young men to carry these Fanta soda bottles, one on the left and one on the right, so as to appear that these guys actually have got weapons. So they put on tight jackets. So the unsuspecting Kenyan, this guy has become so powerful, so popular. Look at his level of security. He's got bouncers, he's got everybody, and all of them are armed. And on to them is just a bottle of water, which again can be converted to a weapon because some of those guys become goons. So for me, I think for us to make progress, we need to vote with our selfish interests in mind. If we don't do that, then it's going to be a complete waste of time. And if you look at other economies like, say, China, up to a certain level, they've embraced the meritocracy. That meritocracy is what is going to determine your upward trajectory, at least to a certain level. And the same happens with South Korea, the same happens with Singapore. But in Kenya, we don't seem to reward meritocracy as much.
Yeah. I look at how politicians in places like America, UK, and it is because we see most of their politics on TV. So, unfortunately, we will refer to them. But when you see them in their rallies, you see these guys down to earth, engaging with the voter directly. The voter has a microphone, they have a microphone, swali naulizwa, anajibu. And you can see them articulating some of those issues very well.
Well, do you know why that happens?
But here in Africa, our politicians, first of all, come in their Range Rovers.
Do you know why that happens?
And they have genuine town halls.
Yeah.
They have genuine town halls.
Yeah, why does it happen?
when you have over time created systems which work, they're more important than the people. I don't need to know an MC or an MP for my child to get to school. In those places, your child is born, you more or less know the school that child will go to within the locality that you live in. You don't, all those things you don't need. If I'm a student and I need a student loan, the moment I will be eligible for that student loan.
You don't need your MP.
I do not need to know somebody who can talk to somebody who knows somebody.
Yeah.
And then people know their rights because they are taught. The leaders know these people know their rights. And they also know that the threshold that is required of accountability is high. That's why they resign. If there's even the slightest mention or whiff of impropriety, you say, okay, guys, let me step back. It is better for you. Not like these Kangumu types that we have here, where even when he knows he's wrong, he's daring you. We had people saying over their dead body, and they didn't die, but their jobs also came to an end.
And you see what I'm saying, Dismas. Here we call, they have their leaders. You call your leader Dismas. Tell me, what is this going to happen? How are we going to achieve
you
this?
You can access them very easily.
Yeah, hapa tunaitanga wakubwa wetu nini? Igwe, Mdosi, Mkubwa.
And they come and talk down upon us. When you go to a country like the Nordic countries, Norway, Denmark, they place a huge premium on meritocracy. And Denmark is said to have the best education system in the world. And for you to become a teacher at whatever level, you must have a master's degree.
Yep.
You must have a master's degree. And the competition.
Same with Germany.
Yeah. And the competition.
To become a what again?
A teacher.
A teacher. Mwalimu. Class.
Oh, okay.
You must have a master's degree. And the competition, because it's a government scholarship.
Yes.
The competition is so stiff. In those societies, to become a teacher, they say is the highest
honor.
Calling.
Yes.
Is the highest honor.
And they are well rewarded.
Yes. So if you walk into a pub in the evening and you're a teacher, then now people can call you Igwe. But in Kenya, you in mwalimu, okay. Patia ya matumbo. Because we do, and you know, even from the basic level, in those Nordic countries, it's a master's. Ndio anaanza kufundisha mtoto from the basics.
But we're talking about ECD. Early childhood development.
The basics. The basics. And then when you look at the transnational, these Transparency International, their reports about corruption. Again, the Nordic countries scores very highly because every person who takes a decision, if it's about procurement or budgeting, at the local town hall, there must be a notice, there's publication. We are going to buy 10 reams of paper at this cost. And this is the supplier. So the levels of transparency,
accountability is high.
Just amazing.
Gentlemen.
Now, if you go to Japan before you take a commercial break,
right?
If you steal somebody's coin in Japan, you better commit suicide before the world gets to know.
Yeah, because aibu ni kubwa sana.
Yes.
All right, we're taking a short break, guys. When we return, of course, we're still talking about the center. Will it hold? And in case you're joining us for the first time and you're wondering what center this is, don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning. I'm Soki Brenda. The ODM risked disintegrating following the passing of the late Raila Odinga, says policy and governance expert Professor Alfred Omenya. According to Professor Omenya, the party, which was formed to champion devolution under the new constitution, is now facing divergent views from within its ranks regarding its role in the broad-based government. He adds that the seeds of the party's downfall are already evident.
The question is whether ODM would hold. I think that ODM cannot hold. That's my position. ODM was being held not... They talk about ideology and ideas and so on. We know, yes, ODM, regardless of the way you look at it, it was still a reactionary thing. Right from the start. Because the banana versus the chungwa was there basically, it was basically an opposition to a position that had been put. To be fair to them, they were advocating for devolution then, and they've sort of kept that. But we've not seen strong ideologies and so on that we can say that no. If this guy is in ODM, this is what they actually stand for.
President William Ruto has reiterated the state's commitment towards boosting Kenya's education and health sectors. Speaking to thousands of congregants, the president reiterated his government commitment to providing quality education for all Kenyan children, emphasizing that no learner should be left behind due to inadequate facilities or a shortage of teachers. The president was speaking in Marsabit County on Sunday.
We must never have any child in Kenya ati amekosa nafasi ya kusoma. Hii ugonjwa ya hakuna dawa lazima tumalize. Na mzuri huyu mtu ya KEMSA huyu wako ni mtu ya hapa. Nimemwambia atumie teknolojia. Nimemwambia dawa ikitoka kwa store ya KEMSA isiende Marsabit, ati kwenda kwa store ya Marsabit.
The family of Ugandan opposition leader Dr. Kizza Besigye is marking 1 year since his abduction and detention, with his wife Winnie Byanyima renewing calls for justice. Byanyima has condemned what she describes as an unending injustice, citing illegal military detention, denial of bail, and the continued trial of her husband in a military court despite a Supreme Court ruling against it. Besigye was arrested in Nairobi last November during Martha Karua's book launch, has since remained in Luzira prison, where his health has reportedly deteriorated. His lawyers say he is too weak to stand trial, noting he appeared frail and malnourished in court earlier this year. Allies, including Karua, are urging urgent action, warning that his prolonged incarceration is placing his life at risk. The Amazon rainforest could face a renewed surge of deforestation as efforts grow to overturn a long-standing ban that has protected it. The ban, which prohibits the sale of soya grown on land cleared after 2008, is widely credited with curbing deforestation and has been held up as a global environmental success story. But powerful farming interests in Brazil, backed by a group of Brazilian politicians, are pushing to lift the restriction as the COP30 UN climate conference enters its second week. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Soki Brenda.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. It's the last hour, but I usually find this to be the bestest hour because we have so much to talk about, so little time. City kama kawaida ako hapa kwenye studio akiwa na his document carrier.
Do I hear you, Paul? I can actually see you.
And sipping some nice hot coffee. Yes. And then, of course, we do have Dismas Boku, a political analyst. Dismas, in the last hour, we've spoken so much history. I've been enlightened, but I think we need to get back to the conversation that actually brought us here. We were talking about the Tower of Babel and if indeed the center will hold. And the center, of course, at this particular point, we're talking about ODM. Now, there's something on the Standard front page that says Raila incarnate, and also on the Daily Nation it says the war within. So they're more or less talking about the same thing, and this is what they're saying. Winnie Odinga has burst onto the national stage, igniting a succession battle that could redefine or fracture the Odinga political empire. Her fiery debut at ODM's 20th anniversary in Mombasa energized supporters and unsettled rivals, signaling her intent to shape a party already split by competing camps with Raila gone. ODM faces its most volatile moment in decades, an aging Oburu at the helm, rising factional tensions, and a bold new contender challenging the old order. Winnie's next move could determine the party's future. Then Winnie amekuwa captioned hapa hivi, and this is what she said. When it came to the matter of broad-based government, the people of ODM entrusted one person with the management of that relationship. That person was Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. That relationship is complicated. And then she goes, then the nation is saying this about her. Winnie's hard tackle on Oburu during ODM Gala reveals family tensions. The broad-based relationship is complicated. Those managing it now, are they capable? Because it's only one Baba Raila Odinga who could manage it. So is she questioning baba mkubwa wake? Mimi nimesema uncle, nikambua si uncle. Kwa Kijaluo ni baba mkubwa. But for the sake of this conversation, she seems to be challenging her uncle and his capability to lead ODM, or are we misunderstanding it?
You know, first of all, with the exit of Raila Odinga, now the coast is becoming very clear. All of a sudden, people who are tiptoeing around critical issues have the energy to speak out. You have bishops, pastors, and priests, especially from Luo Nyanza, who now, all of a sudden, have developed appetite for calling a spade a spade. You may have listened to a speech someone delivered a few days ago from a bishop from Luo Nyanza.
Bishop Ongijo.
Yeah, he wouldn't have said that if Mr. Raila Odinga were alive. The speeches delivered in Mombasa, 99% wouldn't have been delivered if Raila Odinga were alive. So it means that Mr. Raila Odinga had suffocated so many people. In fact, there are many other politicians like Okoth Obado, Ivan Skidero, Odoyo Widi, who now have freedom to come and join competitive politics.
You're the first person who's mentioned Kidero without being asked.
Yeah, because in the past, these people tried to do things against Mr. Raila Odinga. They were punished. You'd also recall, at some stage, James Orengo and Professor Nyang' Nyong'o were punished for doing things against Raila Odinga. That in his parts of the world, Raila Odinga's word was good as law. Now, let's go to the financing of our political parties. Politicians, being very selfish human beings, passed a legislation called Political Parties Finance. That the political parties are financed by taxpayers. So whether or not you are a member of ODM, you have insurable interests in following politics within ODM. Because guess what? The celebrations in Mombasa over the weekend were financed by Kenyan taxpayers.
Were they?
Were they?
Were they?
Who financed?
The ODM celebrations?
Yeah.
I'm assuming ODM.
Do they get money from the National Treasury?
Yes, they do.
So that money, where does it come from?
All right. I get the logic now.
Yeah.
I am actually questioning beyond that. Do we know how it was actually financed? That's really what I'm asking. And the answer is, we can assume. Yeah, we don't. Do we really know it was financed? I don't know. Do you?
Well, my assumption is that because they are financed by National Treasury, and maybe the elected members give a portion, and maybe they've got a membership who give resources. So even if out of the entire bill of, say, 1 million, 10,000 comes from taxpayer resources, then again, we have valid expectations to develop interest. Now, in the event that they were not financed, the celebrations, they were not financed by taxpayers, then we should know who financed them. Do they have some donors? Do they have some interest groups who financed? And the person who financed, what is the beneficial interest in that financing?
Do we have a law that that actually militates that when any party receives financing, it must be subject to public purview and public knowledge?
I think there's the Auditor General audits all these resources and could give an opinion. But now, given the fact whether or not they use taxpayer resources for the celebrations,
Yes.
ODM is financed by the taxpayer.
It is.
And it's unacceptable, therefore, for anybody from the Odinga family to attempt to run a public institution as if it's a family enterprise. What we witnessed the day before yesterday are two prominent family members fighting each other. It's as if it's their personal business. It's a personal enterprise. But this enterprise is financed by taxpayer resources. And guess what Dr. Buru Odinga said after the verbal altercation? That tukutane behind the tent.
Yeah.
Atuni mtoto wangu, tukutane behind the tent for this conversation.
Yes.
But ODM is a public institution financed by taxpayer resources. Why would you want to have a behind the tent conversation on a public matter? That is number one. Number two, one of the speakers was questioning whether there's anybody now within ODM to manage the broad-based relationship.
Yes.
And as far as she's concerned, right now, it appears that the person at the top has no capacity and says that ODM entrusted Raila Odinga with that responsibility.
But Raila
Odinga entrusted himself. He gave himself that responsibility. Did he consult the ODM rank and file before he went to the broad-based administration? No, he did not need to, because he's the only man with the yam and the knife within the political party. So in my view, it's unacceptable for members of the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga family to run or attempt to run or create a perception that ODM is a part of the family assets, that it falls in their family. You know, they've got a list of assets, they've got a register of assets. It's unacceptable for them to attempt to run ODM as if it's a family business.
Okay, first of all, whatever Winnie Odinga said, were those valid sentiments? Like, is it something that needed to be said?
Well, you know, she made it was a long speech, but there was a valid statement. And understand, according to the ODM constitution, a party leader shall be elected at an NDC. Although, again, lawyers are giving it different interpretations. And also, she did ask a valid question that who within ODM can now manage this relationship. Now, the ODM infrastructure, as said, the party leader is Oburu Odinga. So essentially, without calling a spade, she has indicated in black and white that Dr. Oburu Odinga has no capacity, nor competence, nor the requisite infrastructure to manage this relationship. That is why that position should be subject to an NDC vote. Yeah, that is essentially what she is saying. And it seems to me that there are factions bring within the family.
ODM,
within ODM.
Okay, there's ODM, the family, but there's the Raila family.
Jaramogi family, because you know, Dr. Oburu Odinga may not be part of the Raila family, but the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga family, it appears like there's a stampede on who is going to control the political party. And again, you know, she made some statements that these conversations are not going to be subject to boardroom conversations. They're not going to be subject to bedroom conversations. They're not going to be subject to pillow talk conversations. And one wonders exactly what she means. By these conversations. And in my view, right now, what needs to happen within ODM, let anybody who thinks that they've got the right intellectual capacity to stand up and start offering the party leadership. Because as we speak right now, every ODM leader, elected or otherwise, has got a position about the political party. So everybody is saying everything. And one would even say that if in fact you claim that you respect Mr. Raila Odinga, you respected his vision, you want to cement his legacy, is the one who went to broad-based government and he said, we are going to be here till 2027 and we are going to have our presidential candidates. But it did not indicate who is the presidential candidate. What if the presidential candidate is William Samoei Ruto? It did not indicate who is the presidential candidate. And from backroom conversations, we are told that the people who took critical decisions was actually Dr. Oburu Odinga and Mr. Raila Odinga. They're the ones who took decisions. So that's why it's important that when people are managing public affairs and public institutions, these things are not done behind the tent in the cover of darkness that we do not know what is happening. In fact, the current conversation around broad-based administration reminds one of the MOU. You remember Raila said he had an MOU with Kibaki. So people kept on saying there was an MOU. But nobody knew what the MOU was all about.
Yes.
So right now there's a conversation that there was this discussion between President Ruto and Raila Odinga. In the public space, we are told that what brings them together is a 10-point agenda.
Yep.
And Junet said that if we implement the 10-point agenda, then we are okay. But increasingly, there's some voices that people may want to pay attention to within ODM. And one of those voices is Sama Tandi. Because I think he's really rocking the boat within the political party. And he has told people that the only reason why we have ODM is we want political power. That our party is not going to be domiciled in the streets. We've got sufficient street credentials. Now let's go to the boardroom. And he seems to be rocking the boat. You know, there's a part of the ODM which is still very keen on going back to the streets.
Yeah.
And doing demonstrations, but Atandi has said no. And then also, it was a very passionate conversation by Mbadi, who said that Mbadi and Joe as well, they said, for the next election, they're either going to form government or they'll be part of a coalition. That they're sick and tired of being in the streets. And I think those are some of the sentiments that people need to pay attention to. However, the probability does exist that Kenya Kwanza administration, they're rubbing their hands with glee as they see ODM disintegrating. Because a strong ODM, a very strong ODM today, is actually a threat to President Ruto. Because if you've got a very powerful ODM, more powerful than when Mr. Raila Odinga was alive, then they can decide to run a presidential candidate. And if they do, they'll give President Ruto a very tight race. So in my view, it's not far-fetched to suggest that even the administration would be engineering the crisis within ODM, so that ODM breaks, and then you have a million political parties in the Raila Odinga strongholds, so that nobody comes out very strong to blackmail the president. And my suggestion is to some of these now political orphans is to look for seasoned political orphans to assist them manage their politics.
Yes.
You see now, like for instance, Okoth Obado became a political orphan long time ago. He's seasoned. Actually, if I was Okoth Obado, I would establish a consultancy and ask all these guys to come for classes or now to swim. Because right now, there are so many political orphans. You may see them with a brave face up Mombasa, but they know their goose
has been cooked.
Yeah.
Let's talk about certain individuals here, and I'm going to choose them, and probably you'll let me know what you think about their political future as far as ODM is concerned. Secretary General Honorable Edwin Sifuna, where do you think he is as far as ODM party is concerned?
Well, for a long time he's been seen as a straight talker, somebody who calls a spade a spade, and he's been asking very, very deep and critical questions. And of course, he's been in most rooms when these decisions are being taken. So when he speaks, it's there's merit in paying attention to what he's going to be talking about. But you see, he's not seen as an ODM insider properly, because you see, every political party has got insiders.
Okay.
Every political party has got insiders. Some of them are visible, some of them are not visible. So now the ones who are not visible within ODM obviously are uncomfortable with his brand of politics. And till a few days ago, you remember, even Mr. Raila Odinga had to come to his defense and say that when Sifuna speaks, I'm the one is speaking for the party, and that essentially means that he's speaking for me. But you see, also Mr. Raila Odinga was a master of double speak, and then I recall there was a member of the National Assembly from Coast, who has just come out and said, Mr. Sifuna, it was nice doing business. Please take a walk.
You're talking about Zamzam Mohammed, the woman rep for Mombasa.
And how Joe spoke, that is not what somebody expected at that kind of a meeting. Because they said they were going to celebrate 20 years and they were going to celebrate Raila Odinga. But it became just a political rally where people were issuing threats, and ilikuwa vitisho mingi sana.
What did you make of Joho's speech?
I don't think he delivered a speech. I think he read the Riot Act. He read the Riot Act, and he said that anybody who thinks we are going to get out of the broad-based administration, we are going to teach you a lesson. And I understand there's already bad blood between him and the Mombasa governor. So you can see there's already factions forming.
Wait, between Joho and Abdul Swamad?
Yes.
Factions forming or factions that have existed. You know what I find interesting is this. If ODM was founded and his leader, people refer to him as Enigma, as controversial as he was in life, now in his passing away, controversy still follows him. What would you say about a party that has a public outing and airs out their differences? Is that a party that is disintegrating, or is that a party that is democratic, truly democratic? Because there is something about spontaneity. In the political sphere, you have to plan for spontaneity, which is a direct contradiction to actually the word
itself.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Now, why am I saying this? When stories are told with the hindsight of history, there are certain subtle amendments that are made. I'll give you an example of what I mean.
Okay.
What Dismas is talking about Nyong'o and Orengo is a view that is held by very many people.
Okay.
But if you go back into history, at no point, even during NDP, were those people together as such. For a brief moment, they were. Raila left, Orengo remained in NDP, Nyong'o was in SDP. These are contemporaries. If you ask me, at that point in time, they were competing. At that point in time. Because you could even say they were on par. People forget that even James Orengo stood for the presidency.
I remember.
So I'm simply saying that it isn't as though they were punished. If we look at James Orengo and we look at Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, what I see is Raila's ability to bridge any gaps that may have existed, because these were his competitors, and these are people who became very close to him even within the party. If they had been punished, they would never have held any position, or they would have no gravitas within the ODM party. These guys were ministers in that first handshake they had with Kibaki. They are now governors. And there are those who argue that in the absence of Raila's support, that would not have been possible. Okay? So I'm simply saying that when we look at narratives, there is the need to look at these narratives closely. But the narrative that I am looking at now is we look at our politics from some rather pure lenses that reflect more of something that is aspirational than is real. Real in terms of our politics, even in terms of the politics of the countries that we speak of. When you've had hundreds of years of independence, people forget the hundreds of years you had when you're fighting each other at every breath. I am talking about those Nordic countries. So by the time they actually got to the point where they realized, this is a waste of time, man, they had done stuff. Now, we are at a point in our history where party politics is moving away from personalities. When President Kenyatta died, Moi took over. With the death of these two politicians, party politics started fading as we knew it, or the dominant party politics. Then we got into a very interesting era of the Kenyan style coalitions. One was forced on us in the year 2007. There was a partial one in around 1997 when Raila's party merged with the KANU. I'm calling it Kenyan style because this is one party joining another. And we've had these cobbled up coalitions for quite some time. It's our way. But with Raila's passing away, the only legacy, what you may call traditional party leader, is Kalonzo. Because he has been there long enough as a leader of a certain community. But there are changes. Within his backyard, there are more than one. There are other parties as well. It's just that they don't have the sort of traction that he has. And there are leaders who even stand out. The fundamental difference with Raila's stronghold was there were very few you could compare him with, if at all.
He had no peers.
Actually, I think there's none.
He stood, he was head and shoulders above everybody else. Now, this is the context. When such a person passes away, how are we comparing his passing away with any other situation that we've had? When the political party that he has morphed in the way it has, and everything about it is unusual to any political formation that we know of, even as we look around countries on this continent. A leader who loses election after election, and then the complete opposite of what you anticipate happens, he gets to become more popular with every election loss. How do you even explain that? And his party, it's like it gathers more and more and more people.
Yeah.
And yet, within the structure, you see something very interesting. Everything seems to depend on this person. The fundamental difference with these so-called bigger, older democracies is that same power is actually held by the party. It is the party that determines the direction, but even within the party, there will be individuals who are known to be powerful, who if you cross, you're done for, who if they side with you, you'll be able to actually do well. That's why these big parties have something they call safe zones. Meaning, if they want you to win an election, they take you to a part of the country where they know they are extremely popular, and it doesn't matter who you are, they'll elect the party. Now, we have had a unique situation in Kenya where our political leaders actually are the party. That is really the truth.
Yeah, it's actually the powerful politicians who create these special purpose vehicles, and everybody within the political party has to serve their selfish interest. You disagree with them, you get into trouble. And that is part of the reason why the independence parties are beginning to have trouble. Like, for instance, when you look at ANC, at some stage, ANC in South Africa was very, very powerful. That at the moment you took over the leadership of ANC, it was assumed you will become the head of state because of the sheer power of the political party. But slowly they've been going south. Till the last election, they had to cut a deal with the DA for them to maintain Democratic Alliance, for them to maintain office. And now President Ramaphosa has to go back to a certain inner room with the party leadership and ask themselves, during the next elections, are they going to go further south, or now they want to reverse the trajectory? And it's the same thing we were discussing the other day about Tanzania. That if you're going to have reforms in Tanzania, it has to be CCM, because CCM as a political party is extremely powerful. The word is as good as law, and they've now established an equivalent of a commission of inquiry to find out the circumstances under which there were violence. And President Suluhu Hassan says that is going to inform how the political trajectory in Tanzania. And unknown to majority of the Kenyan population, that actually the government of Tanzania gave all presidential candidates 3 top-of-the-range vehicles. They were given state security, and they were given allowances,
even when they were in jail
for their campaigns. Well,
even when they were in jail,
the ones who were on the ballot.
Those were on the ballot. Tindilis was not in the campaign because he had said no reform, no election, and part of the reason why the opposition parties in Tanzania suffer is that CCM on its own is so strong, is so wealthy, it's all over Tanzania, and it's grounded on a certain idea. So that when you have the presidents coming and leaving, coming and moving on to the next life, the party doesn't collapse. Okay. Kanu, during the time of President Kenyatta, Kanu was nothing. I'm talking about President Jomo Kenyatta. Yeah, Kanu was nothing to write home. Really nothing to write home about. But when President Moi took over, and you remember Moi came from Kadu, he made Kanu a very powerful machinery. You'd recall that it owned many assets, we are told, including KICC. But again, with his exit, because again he was the glue holding together the political party, Kanu now is a pale reflection of itself. I mean, if Gideon had not been interested in politics, then Kanu would be something we would be studying in history books. That once upon a time, there used to be a political party called Kanu. And you remember, we had a group called Kanu Youth Wingers. That had even ties, collaterals. There are some stage, if you're going to a government office and you expected positive outcomes, you needed to have a Kanu tie. You needed to have a Kanu Lapo over here. That you needed. You remember there was a politician, CTI, I recall it was Kariuki Chotara, who says that if you don't have the one finger salute, then you're not going to make progress. Yeah. So he made the political party. Actually, he made himself very powerful within the political party. And that is the tragedy which is going to fall ODM if the ODM leadership do not read from the same hymn book. In my view, there is merit in the leadership going on a vacation with these management experts to lead them in a healing process. Because all of them right now, they are reading from a million
scripts.
They're dancing to different beats.
Are they really?
Kuna Ndombolo ya solo. So everybody's dancing.
No, but are they really reading from a different script? Because the very things that we're now seeing out in the open were there. Look, one thing that is a guarantee in any political system is that every leader will have people who surround him. Every leader will have advisors, will have whisperers, every. The Tsar of Russia, Alexander, had a whisperer called Rasputin.
That spiritual leader of his.
That guy.
Who had very weird...
The exorcist.
He was an addict, but yes.
Yes, he was. He had many issues. But the point I'm trying to make is that if we look at the political formations that we have, and I want to look at it as this is the growth of the Kenyan political environment and the trajectory that it has taken. We have a situation where a party that was known to be just about the most vociferous party you could come across, opinionated, always challenging things. Now, that nature doesn't really go away. What they seem to be doing now is challenging each other. And are we interpreting this challenging each other and offering opinions that seem to be at odds with each other, that is a sign of disintegration? Or is it just we are seeing the true color of the party and everyone coming up to speak and say what it is that they see? Remember the tale of the elephant and the blind person, depending on who's holding what. Someone holds the leg and says, this elephant is this. Someone holds the tail, says, and so forth and so forth. So this party, I am loath to try and even predict what will happen to the party, because I really can't predict. I'm not a political prophet. But no, I'm not. But what I see happening is a discussion that anybody who wants to study should study it very, very keenly. Because if you have a party that has so many strong voices and very loud voices, that isn't the sign of a weak party. That's a sign of a very, very strong party.
When Mr. Raila Odinga was alive, all those voices existed. So they would have those conversations in the various party structures.
Yes.
And come up with a position. They would have ferocious ideas, cross-pollination. Everybody brings ideas to the table, so all of you have a conversation. But at the moment Mr. Raila Odinga pronounces himself, the matter comes to rest. Now, when they go to the public space, all of them are dancing to an agreed position. But when you have this kind of event like what we saw over the weekend, whereby anybody and everybody is reading the Riot Act, even others making ODM members begin to wonder whether or not ODM is a public entity or it's a
private.
It's a private enterprise financed by taxpayers. From a discipline perspective, in my view, they're not making very good progress. And every political party has got a disciplinary committee. That if you do a particular mistake, they kick you out, or they discipline you, or they recall you. Like in South Africa, they can recall you. That is what they did for Thabo Mbeki,
President Zuma,
or even the Malema. So they've got all these hierarchy. What it is saying is very solid, because when you're in a room and it's assumed that ODM stands for democracy, not dictatorship, you cannot have all your conversations. But at the moment you agree on a position, when you come to the public space, it has to be the same messaging aligned to the leadership interests. But that is not the obtaining environment within ODM. However,
yes,
because they're going through the healing process, again, the probability does exist. That at some stage, there'll be cool waters and they'll come up with an agreeable position.
Someone else I need to ask you about. So you've answered me about Sifuna. Caleb Amisi.
Caleb Amisi seems to be that person who is rocking the status quo, but from an outsider perspective. Because for the longest time he's been coming up with messaging saying that he's one of the people who have suffered most because of ODM, that are in a place which ordinarily does not vote for ODM, and is unhappy with the status quo. So are you asking whether or not he can become a presidential candidate?
No. I'm talking about their future, their future within and outside the party.
Well, I think he's in that group that wants to rock the boat, and depending on how the broad-based ODM approaches it, people now like Mbadi and Atandi, then they may make his life a bit of a complication.
We'll get to Atandi. These are the gentlemen. So you've
Atandi or Wandai?
Atandi.
Just want to confirm.
Yeah, Atandi. The other person I wanted to ask is Babu Owino, MP of Mbakasi East.
You know, Babu Owino, even before the death of Raila Odinga, one would see the signs that he wanted to bolt, that he wants to run for Nairobi governor, and he suspects that ODM may not give him a ticket. And it seems among all the politicians within ODM, is the one who had done a scenario and sensitivity analysis very early in the day, and he knew they were not going to give him a ticket.
Yes.
And even the speech he delivered in Mombasa, he said, what makes you think that I cannot become a party leader when you are dishing out these positions? Why are you doing it to my exclusion? Why don't you give me a chance? And one of the things that Babu Owino has managed to do is create emotional connection with a good part of his voter base. But while he plans to run for the Nairobi governor, people should not underestimate the current governor. People shouldn't underestimate
that is Honorable Sakaja.
And why not?
Honorable Sakaja. Sakaja has been a politician. When you look at his trajectory, at every point in time, when you look at it from a distance, you actually think that he's making a mistake. But when you check the scoreboard, he comes tops.
So does that indicate that he himself is an excellent politician, or he's an excellent politician who knows how to align himself appropriately so that he moves on to the next stage?
I think he's got this unique capacity of reading the political mood and also playing numbers. Understand he's an actuary. You know, from the time he left the Vijana na Kibaki, or it was Kibaki Tena, and then made his way to President Kenyatta's inner sanctum.
Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yeah, President Uhuru Kenyatta's inner sanctum. Then he became you remember Mbuvi, I think you were young at that stage, but he led the TNA when he was a very young man, and people wouldn't imagine that he would deliver results.
He was given the position to lead the TNA. He had nothing that would have given him the temerity or the ability to lead the party. He was wind assisted to be in a certain leadership position.
I was actually, I voted in the election that TNA became.
That was the first time you voted?
No, it was actually...
You had been voting. This guy has been eating maize for a long time.
He's been around the block for a while.
The first time I voted was in the 2007 election. That was my first vote.
We are not going to ask you how you voted.
Yeah.
No.
You voted at the ballot box.
But yes, you were saying something.
Yeah. So you underrate or write off Governor Sakaja
at your own risk.
At your own risk.
Actually, why? Why would somebody want to write him off? You see, if somebody knows how to position themselves, that's a talent.
Yes,
it's an ability.
And he's got that talent.
He may not necessarily have a voter base, but he probably doesn't need one. He needs to align him. Yes, he just knows how to align himself with somebody who has a voter base that can support him for that position. Yes,
and he hits the high notes at the scoreboard.
All right. You brought up the issue of Governor Sakaja, and of course now we see Babu Owino is interested in that position. I'd like to compare as much as I'm not.
And then many others. There's also Irungu Nyakera, who was indicated interest as well. From DCP.
We actually hosted him a while back. But I want to compare these two individuals, that is now Sakaja and Babu Owino. If you look at Babu Owino's style of politics, it's somewhere similar to that of Mike Sonko. And the people of Nairobi seemed to like that of Mike Sonko. So is it possible that he might inherit that constituency that was in love with Sonko's style of doing things and perhaps end up with that, carrying the day because of that particular style?
You know, the probability of inheriting Sonko's constituency is almost zero. Because Sonko has got a very unique style or brand of politics.
Politics, yes.
Can you imagine somebody who has served as a governor for Nairobi for one term? In the middle of the night, he says, this time round.
He didn't even complete that term.
Yeah, but you know,
But then go on.
Yeah, and then in the middle of the night, he wakes up and he says, I want to run for governor.
Mombasa.
And he has a real chance of winning. He has a real chance of becoming governor for Mombasa. I think Sonko is a unique politician in Kenya. Out of 47 counties, there's a very high probability that Sonko can run in at least 3 counties and win. He can run in 3 counties and win. If Sonko decides that he's going to run in Kisumu, he can become a powerful force. And you see something unique about Sonko. Well, I understand he is a Mkamba, but he's not seen as a Mkamba. There's something unique about him. There are sharp students who are studying masters or PhD can actually study this gentleman called Sonko.
Mike Mbuvi Sonko.
Yeah, Mike Mbuvi Sonko.
You know, he's the first politician we've actually had who was tribeless. Genuinely tribeless. His name is Mbuvi, like we know who. But that didn't move the needle. If you knew Sonko and the people around him, it did not reflect that ethnicity that was reflected on his name at all. And even the way he went about his business. You're right when you say that's a man who should be studied. I personally found him very endearing. Because there are people who kept saying, but he's educated. I said, wait, can you see how this person resonates with the Mwananchi? Very few people can do what this man does. He goes to a place and somehow he knows how to read that moment. He knows exactly what he needs to do. When the MP for Kibra died, Okoth, as usual, politicians go talk. Sonko, pole sana nini, nimetoa basi kadhaa for people to know that there are so many people. Pesa ya refreshment pia nimetoa. Pesa hii nimetoa.
Watu wakazike mheshimiwa.
Yes.
Hakuna story nyingi.
Who do you think won the day?
He went to just the other day, Mama Lucy Hospital, and paid bills for over 100, and I think there were 30 women who had been in hospital. They couldn't leave because of various bills. He paid to the tune of, I think it was almost 2 million, 1 point something million. And again, going back to what CTA is saying, that brand of politics, I have not seen Babu Owino, of course, pay for 150 women. I have not seen him provide buses for people to go and mourn.
Yeah, but he's philanthropic as well.
Yes.
Maybe not to the same levels.
Yes, of course. Now, and the reason why I'm comparing these two individuals is because they both had interests in Nairobi or have interests.
Sonko was flamboyant. Okay? And the thing that one noticed about him, and probably one of the reasons why people liked him, he was a man people said when he said he was going to do something, he actually did it.
Yeah.
See? And he was not highbrow.
He kept his word.
He was a man who would attend meetings with Wananchi. You didn't need to queue for long hours to see the man. All I'm saying is this. When you look at people who are followed easily, Michuki was followed easily. You know why? He took a stand when people who had been before him and with him did not take a stand. People followed him.
Actually, Michuki is known for taking unpopular decisions.
Yes.
Provided they're the right decisions.
And for the benefit of the people. So people resonate with that decision and they support him.
Yeah, like for instance, when he said he's going to reform the Matatu sector, the Matatu said they would be on strike. And the Kenyans knew they're going to bleed if Matatus are on strike. They'll have challenges going to work. They'll walk for hours on end, for kilometers.
Yes.
But they said, while this decision is unpopular, it's aligned to our long-term selfish interests. Mr. Michuki, we are going to support this thing to the hilt.
We will walk.
We will walk. And he introduced the discipline. And guess what happened after he left? When Chirawal Makwere came, all the reforms disappeared.
Fizzled.
They melted. And then again, now that raises another question. The systems that Michuki created, did he create systems or it was the system?
No.
That the system was no longer working when Makwere came in?
He created systems. The way systems work is not that they're created, but that they're entrenched. He was moved. Had that man not been moved and had stayed there for a much longer time, It should have, something that is entrenched becomes the culture and the norm. It didn't have time to grow roots. It was established, but it was not entrenched. When General Ali Makwere came, as I said, let me be polite, it fizzled.
Yeah.
Okay? It fizzled. Now, I'm comparing that sort of leadership, and I'm saying, and why I brought Sonko up, that was his leadership style. I remember an aunt of mine telling me that this man would go to the Buruburu. He didn't do it every day, by the way. He went to the Buruburu shopping center one day. If you know Buruburu, it's a big shopping center. And told everybody who was there to shop what they wanted for an hour. You shop what you want. And he'd pay.
Wow.
And he paid. So what went
Those are
around?
the supermarkets.
Yes, supermarkets. And he paid. Whatever, he wasn't holding you back. People kept praying, when is Sonko going to come back?
That hour.
Maybe on the day that I am there. Then there was the Matatu business. You may not have liked his politics, but look at how it resonated. It tells you that this man had understood a need that people had in what they probably believed a leader should do for them. And this man seemed to actually present himself as the leader who understood it. Raila Odinga was a completely different leader. Didn't go to any supermarket to give people anything free. But what he had stood for and the price he had paid was in the public domain, and people knew this guy has taken some very unpopular stance. And we know what he has. And he was consistent with it. And he took steps that politicians that we see now don't take. He disagreed, he moved. He disagreed, he moved. Now, most people are afraid that if they move, that will be the end of them. He seemed to start new outfits, and we seem to work. But the reason why they worked, if you listen to his conversation, his conversation always revolved around the people. His conversation.
Yeah, actually, every time Raila loses an election, or when he's not declared the winner, people write a political obituary.
Yeah.
Wanasema story yake imeisha. But after a few days,
he makes a comeback.
He comes back stronger. When you least expect him, is at a Rambe house, shaking hands
with whoever is in power.
When you least expecting, is at State House with President Ruto, or even before then, with President Moi. He had, I think, his capacity for metamorphosis was extremely high.
Yeah, indeed it was. So now we can talk about Samuel Atandi. What do you think his weight is as far as ODM is concerned?
Well, first of all, there is the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Shows that he was not your ordinary member within ODM, because those positions were dished by Mr. Raila Odinga. He places you wherever he thinks you are going to serve, and he's come out and told politicians, especially from Luo-Nyanza, that we are not going back to the streets. Whatever change we want to implement in Kenya, it can be done in the boardrooms. And his argument is suggesting that for you to become a leader, while having street credentials is an added advantage, but you must now demonstrate your intellectual capacity. That you understand the nation and you know where the nation is going to. If I were in ODM, I would pay attention to his brand of politics, because right now he's making statements which make some of his peers and seniors very nervous. Like, for instance, anytime he makes a statement, James Orengo becomes nervous. So I don't know whether or not he wants to run for governor in Siaya. So that is somebody people need to pay attention to.
What makes you think James Orengo is nervous?
Well, James Orengo earned his credentials outside law in street protests. And you remember he was even expelled from the University of Nairobi because of student activism. And is very, very, when it comes to human rights, fighting for people, his best option is to use the streets. Now, that is from an activism perspective. But again, when you come to the IQ, people refer to him as an encyclopedia.
Okay.
That is... the way he understands law in Kenya can only be compared to Mutula Kilonzo. You remember Mutula Kilonzo was also regarded as an encyclopedia.
Yes.
And it's for that reason that Raila made sure that he's part of his kitchen cabinet. There's even a time when he was running for senator for Siaya that he did not need to do much campaign, because Raila Odinga said, we have got a very important national assignment.
Yes.
And don't make it complicated for James Orengo. It does not need to be around here campaigning. Let's address the national issues. This is the kind of capacity I need at the National Assembly. So understand, I don't know whether it's a narrative, but understand he won even without printing a poster.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you
alishinda saa 11
asubuhi before people went to the ballots. He had already
Ilikuwa ni yake.
he had already won. Yeah. But because he sees himself as one of the politicians who can take over from Raila Odinga, I think he's trying to position himself in that manner, but he's using an older template. So again, there's merit in him going back to his study room and find out what is working today. Because at some stage, it was fashionable to go to the streets and cause all manner of demonstrations, especially as young Turks when they wanted Section 2A amended, and then after that, coming up with the new constitution. But right now, the constitution that James Orengo, among others, fought for, has got inbuilt mechanisms on how to bring the change you want in Kenya. So the older templates may not deliver results. And these young politicians are coming up and saying, it's time.
Dismas, you are a student of history. Mature and overripe democracies still have demonstrations, bwana. There are points that are made clearer with demonstrations and with large numbers of people demonstrating. We see them even today in this so-called mature, because look, it's long been established. People get into power and they forget certain things. So a little reminder of people power is necessary. But let me ask you a question. Okay, Paul, I'm asking the question to you as well.
Yes.
If you look at the things that we've been discussing, and we're looking at the politics of ODM, and the process of maturation that ODM is following, is it possible to argue and to say that this is probably the best thing that could have happened to the party and to the nation as they watch ODM? And I'm going to explain why I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question because whenever we come across something that makes us uncomfortable, something that doesn't follow certain script, choreographed party lines and so forth, and it's all over the place, it reminds one of Raila and what he stood for. Raila made a lot of people uncomfortable. His brand of politics was not comfortable for most people. It was extremely uncomfortable. But that discomfort is what brought about these changes. So I don't expect that a party that he led was not going to exemplify the very ethos that that man himself represented. But does that necessarily mean that it is the disintegration of the party?
Well, let me answer before the expert answers. But I think perhaps Raila needed to retire from politics kitambo kidogo, so that we can see this, whatever is happening within ODM while he is still alive, so that he can either witness the end of his legacy or the extension of it. So yes, I think in a way this has been a blessing to the country. I don't know if that is a blessing to the country, because I do not know the kind of impact ODM will have going forward. So
for me, I think to use your words, it's a blessing for democracy, because ODM, D stands for democracy, not a dictatorship. The fact that while Mr. Raila Odinga was around, the party rank and file would not speak up, would not air their positions, and now they've got the opportunity. Because in the past, if Raila is wrong and you tell him you are wrong, probability of you being punished is extremely high. So in my view, let anybody and everybody within ODM come up with their positions. Let them sell those ideas in the marketplace. Let them go through a healing process and even organize an election within ODM, so that they're the most popular people who are going to be elected, either because they can do tribal mobilization or they can sell their ideas, then they win an election. Because, as it were, ODM is such a strong political party, a strong political player, just to be left to ODM. So in my view, anybody within ODM, if you feel that you've got a voice, please come up, speak. And as Ken Matiba said, let the people decide. Because we're going to use ODM as a template for other political parties. So let them go through the motions. The ones who want to take a walk, wajipange. The ones who want to go now register ODM Asili, ODM whatever it is. Let them register. Let them people intellectual cat fights, and then eventually the water will find its level, and then now you'll have a very strong political party. Actually, in my view, all political parties in Kenya now need to pay attention to ODM, and also for them to run their own elections, because I don't know whether there's any political party in Kenya which has had an election, but I recall ODM attempted, and you remember how the men in black checked in and scattered the process. Because, again, as we said earlier on, all Kenyans have valid expectations that any political party funded by taxpayers, there must be a democracy, the members must be accountable. So let them go and throw everything they want to do, the kitchen sink, kila kitu, so that we can celebrate a new beginning.
But consider also, is this not then an opportunity for a leader to emerge? Because if we take the view that there are differences that could lead to disintegration, don't we then have an opportunity for somebody who can actually unify these people? Because here is a party, here are all these voices that, in my mind, they are not discordant. They're just loud, and there is an element of them being at variance. But if someone can unite this group in whatever formation, in whatever manner, would that then not be an opportunity for somebody to actually emerge within that? Because if you look at places where you've had strong leaders, other leaders who come up fight their way up there. It's at that point nobody's going to give it to you.
And if somebody can assist, somebody who emerges, say, from the ODM infrastructure, starting from the time it was started, from the time of President Kenyatta, where you have Ruto, where you have Musalia, all the Pentagon members. If somebody can emerge and after all this turbulence, steady the ship, then that person can easily say that having made sure that ODM is aligned, I'm now ready for national leadership. You can use that one as a talking point. You can use it as a bonga point to say, I'm now ready for national leadership.
Okay. Now that we've come to the end, final words maybe towards what we are seeing here, and specifically the last person I'll ask you about is Winnie Odinga's political future.
Well, yesterday she did, the day before yesterday, she did ask valid questions, but unfortunately, people now interpreting the questions she was asking as a continuation of a family feud. You remember the Romeo and Juliet, the Montagues, and I've forgotten some of the actors. Yeah, so people don't want to start looking at ODM as a family property. That it's a kiosk they run across the road, and everybody else is a squatter. No, and that is the impression she creates. While she's asking very valid questions, she created a wrong impression. And then you remember last time when we were here, we predicted that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was going to do a good job in ensuring that Kenyans who are held in
incognito,
who are released. And you did pose a question that is it that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is actually doing backroom diplomacy to make them come out? And shortly after that, they were released. And I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, under the leadership of Musalia Mudavadi, did a good job. Understand Kenya's High Commissioner to Uganda, Josh Mangi, did an amazing job in coordinating. But the reason why I create that issue is also connected to the conversation we've been having in Saudi Arabia about Kenyans who are there. Kenyan women who've given birth. And for some reason, because of the legal framework within Saudi Arabia, they cannot get birth certificates, or they cannot be registered. As we talk about the benefits of globalization, marketing and production, in my view, it's very important that when you're a Kenyan and you want to go to Uganda, before you go to Uganda, understand the local operating environment. Be reminded that they don't work with the Kenyan constitution. If you're going to Saudi Arabia, and for instance, they don't approve of extramarital affairs or getting children out of wedlock,
which they don't,
you must respect the local laws. If you're going to say Russia, and Russia understand the legal framework does not allow foreigners to demonstrate, you cannot demonstrate. So if in Kenya you can demonstrate at the drop of a hat, and you go to Russia, you demonstrate, and the local laws are checking, why would you want to blame Nairobi for that? In my view, there is that room for intercultural competence, so that we don't keep on blaming Nairobi for some of the mistakes we have done for failure to respect the local laws.
We shall be talking about that Jumuiya perhaps at a different time, but thank you so much, Dismas Mokua, for coming through. City, sema kwaheri.
Kwaheri.
All right, see you tomorrow, 6 a.m., bright and early.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning. I'm Soki Brenda.